Sean Locke was a kind, caring, and loving person. He was always willing to help others and was a friend to everyone. On July 18, 2018, Sean lost his battle with depression. His life and death touched so many people. In his spirit, the Locke family began the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. Thanks to a team full of family, friends, and mental health specialists, there is now a common goal to support those who are currently fighting their own darkness. In just over 5 years, the SL24 Foundation has raised over $1.6 million and has helped to educate each other on the signs of depression, remove the stigma, and make the resources available to help. With Sean's House, it has now created a safe haven where young adults can speak to peers about their struggles with depression and the threat of suicide and get the help they need. They've since added Sean's rooms at St. Mark's High School, Sean's room at the Warehouse in Wilmington, Delaware, and St. George's High School. And that's what this weekend's basketball tournament is all about, to continue to create awareness and raise funds to make the light shine even brighter. Coming up, it's the 6th annual SL24 Memorial Classic in memory of Sean Locke. Here is his story.
66-43 is Delaware lead, 3:27 remaining, and Sean Locke into the game. He's going to get a career high in minutes if he plays the remainder of this basketball game. He scored against Michigan State in the SL24 tournament. It's a good story to tell the grandkids. Get your first. And we were there. Cross-court pass. Locke squares, fires, and hits. +1. Sean Locke with the biggest play of the night. It's over. The Blueheads win their first ever CAA championship. Tonight, the Blueheads party like it's 1999.
I met Sean July 7th of 2013. It was my first day on campus. We all went to his house that evening after he met, and he said, "Hey, you're on the team, you're family, we look after each other." And he was just telling me what to think about college, how to adjust. And that's when I knew. I was like, this is a really good kid.
He was funny, he was fun to be around. Like, he was just a good guy. And you could just tell that just by meeting him right the first time.
We're about to go through this 4-hour-long scouting report.
4-hour-long scouting report.
What's up, Sean?
We're about to do work, all right? I'll get back to you at lunchtime. Bye.
He was a unbelievable kid. He was extremely kind and caring. He was a kid that walked into the room and everybody was just happy to see him.
What are you all fired up about? About to get this win.
He had a smile. You know, you hear about the $1 million smiles, and he definitely had one of those.
Sean Locke had a lot to smile about. He was the brother of 7, homecoming king, and a star athlete in the state of Delaware.
I kind of always thought that Sean's everyone's best friend, and I'm sure everyone says this, but Sean was my real best friend. We were so similar. We had so much of the same tendencies of being able to go and like work a crowd or know how to make someone laugh.
He was everything you could want in a person. He was a shoulder to cry on, and he also knew how to cheer you up.
Sean was selfless. He was a team player, not just in his family, but in his school and also on his sports teams.
Sean was a 7-time All-Star for the Elkton Little League, where he also won a state championship. He excelled on the basketball court too, becoming the first freshman to start on the varsity squad at St. Mark's High School in Newark, Delaware.
First time I met Sean, he was a rising 9th grader, and we were short guys that night. He just came up to me and said, "Hey, Coach, I'm going to St. Mark's. I'd love to come out and play Summer League and help you guys out. Looks like you're a little short-handed tonight." And he was fearless from the get-go. I mean, maybe a minute or two into the game, he's pulling up, shooting shots, and he really had a confidence about him right from the get-go. He just had that attitude that, hey, I want to be the best, and he was the life of the school. I mean, he was the lifeblood of that school for 4 years.
After graduating from St. Mark's, Sean walked on to the basketball program right down the road at the University of Delaware.
I was already at Syracuse, and he would reach out to me because he was thinking about, do I go lower Division I? Do I go Division II basketball? I remember he messaged me back and was like, "Hey, I'm going to be a walk-on at the University of Delaware." And I was like, hey man, that's an awesome choice. You're going to love it.
Prior to his arrival, the Blue Hens had been reeling from several losing seasons. They were a team with a desperate need for help.
I was convinced he's the right type of kid we wanted for our program at Delaware. He's everything you want in a teammate. And he battled adversity early in his career, not only in high school, but early in his career at Delaware in terms of injuries. But every day he showed up and competed.
To be a walk-on at a high-level program, it's tough. You're asked to do the dirty work in practice. You're asked to stay late and rebound with guys. You're asked to do a lot of different things that the scholarship guys maybe aren't asked to do. I knew that he could do all those things and that his coaches were going to love him.
Although he was a walk-on, Sean brought invaluable leadership to the program.
He was unbelievable in the locker room. He was a huge leader. Sean was the kind of guy where you asked him to do something and he would do it. It wouldn't be why or is there anyone else that could do it? And I think that really spread to other players.
In Sean's first year as a Blue Hen, Delaware finished the season recording the most wins in 12 years, narrowly missing the conference championship game. His sophomore year, Delaware advanced to the NCAA tournament for the first time since 1999.
The Blue Hens win their first ever CAA championship. 75-74, Delaware wins it over William & Mary.
Although Sean was not the biggest star on the court, he found his role as a trusted voice in the locker room.
You know, when Sean spoke, especially as he got older, junior year and senior year, everybody listened.
Sean graduated from Delaware with a bachelor's degree in business administration with a minor in sports management. He went on to work for the Buccini Poland Group in their commercial real estate department.
I mean, Sean was liked by everybody. He was a good-looking young man, had a great job, excited about working for Buccini Poland.
Sean was like the most popular man in the state. If you hung out with Sean, you were cool with everyone. Because Delaware's a state where everyone knows everyone, so you go around and say, hey, I know Sean, or I'm on Sean's team. Like, oh, you know Sean Locke?
On the outside, Sean had it all. But on the inside, Sean was suffering from the crushing weight of anxiety and depression.
I never would have ever guessed that that's how he was feeling. You really can't tell what someone's dealing with inside. I mean, a lot of people are really good at hiding it. He is a great example of that.
On July 18th, 2018, friends and family received the phone calls nobody ever wants to get. Hearing the news they never thought they'd hear.
I was actually in the process of moving and just had gotten home.
I was at my friend's house.
I was at home.
I was on the road recruiting.
I was at the doctor's.
I got a phone call from my mom. You know, I was busy at the time, I didn't pick up. And she sent me a text, it said, call me ASAP.
Mr. Locke had called me. I remember it was on Wednesday night. It was a little weird because it was a little late in the evening. It was about 9, 10 o'clock. So I was like, okay, what's Mr. Locke calling me for like this late?
You could just hear the pain in his voice.
He was hysterically crying, and so I couldn't comprehend what he was saying at first.
You could tell that something was seriously wrong.
I picked up, and it was the EMT on the phone, and she said, Kevin, you know, this is the EMT. I'm here with your mom. Your mom asked me to call you. Your brother Sean has passed away.
After years of battling anxiety and depression, Sean took his life. He was 23.
I never cry. That's my superpower, I guess. But that was tough. When you're a big sister, you want to protect everyone. I was willing to do whatever it took as Sean's older sister, but calling my dad and telling him that Sean killed himself was something that I never thought I'd have to do for Sean.
I've dealt with suicide professionally and personally, and I can tell you it is the worst pain that any mom or parent could have. And it is the last 911 call any mother or RN ever wants to make on her own son.
As the news of Sean's passing circulated, family and friends were left in shock.
It's not the call I was expecting by any means. Sean and I spoke probably 3 weeks before he passed. He was as good as I remember talking to him.
It was one of those things, it's like, is this really happening right now?
I think everybody says it until it happens, but I would say, you know, if you gave me a list of people, then Sean would have been the last person I probably would have picked.
Yeah, you always worry about them when they get their license, and then you worry when they go off to college, you know, what trouble they're going to get into. But we had gone through all that. He'd gone through unscathed in high school, and he had gone unscathed through college. And you question yourself as a father, and you question your own purpose in life. What was it all for? And then you go through a phase of being very angry. How could he do this to us? But then you start looking for answers. You're never going to find total answers, but you know, Sean left us a very brief note. And he said, I love my family, I love my friends. I'm so sorry. Depression is a real thing. That was the first time that I knew he had depression. He was so good at hiding it.
It's not that, you know, when people are hiding depression that they're not telling an authentic story. It's just harder during that moment. But I guess I spent a lot of time thinking about, like, how could I have created a better space to listen more? And I think that's something I try to do, is listen more.
Sean and I had had a conversation the day before. He left work early, and he came and he sat in the chair all day here and just stared at the TV. And he didn't even say hi when he came in, which is so unusual for Sean. He said, I'm so anxious. And I said, about what? And I sat on the bed with him for 20 minutes and we just talked, and, you know, he was distressed, but I had no idea. I was the one person that had a chance to help him. If I knew then what I know now, you know, I feel like I let him slip through my fingers.
After Sean's passing, it became his family's mission to raise awareness about mental health. In his spirit, they created the SL24 Foundation with the goal of doing just that.
I was at his viewing, and his parents and his dad especially, they were so shocked as everyone else was, but he kept speaking about awareness, and only if there was something out there that kind of got this conversation of mental health going. I kept just thinking of how Sean helped me kind of get a job here, and I was just thinking of a way of how I could help.
Not long after, Trevor Cooney, a Syracuse men's basketball alumnus who had played in 2 Final Fours, began organizing a basketball event with much more meaning.
Sports is something that brings us together as a community and as a whole. I have this job here at the 76ers Fieldhouse, tied in with sports. Can I bring mental health to people with sports?
Thus, the creation of the SL24 Memorial Classic, a high school basketball showcase.
No one wants to talk about mental health. Like, no one wants to talk about depression. It's not something that's fun to talk about, but sports are fun to talk about. If you were to do a PowerPoint on mental health, are you going to get everyone's attention? You're going to get some people's attention. But if you put a basketball game out there, are you going to get people's attention? Yeah, you are. So that was the whole idea behind this event, this basketball showcase. You have some high school teams playing it, and you promote mental health. And you get people to talk about mental health without them even knowing about it.
On February 8th, 2019, thousands attended the SL24 Classic to not only see great high school basketball, but to start the conversation about mental health.
Yeah, that was a very amazing night in one sense, because you saw a community come together to really start to have an honest conversation about depression I had a young man said, because of that night, I told my friends I had depression. And it started the conversation to get him the help that he needed.
You realized how much of an impact mental health has on everyone. And no one wanted to talk about it, but here we are talking about it. And we had coaches and players and school and people, alumni, reach out to us saying thank you. Like, hey, my kid brought it up at the dinner table. My kid did this and he did that because of this event or because of what you guys are doing.
I think this is what Sean would have wanted to be memorialized as, something living and breathing and gritty and imperfect in the way that high school basketball games are.
The SL24 Classic raised over $200,000 in its first year. In addition, it gave attendees an opportunity to see another, younger Locke on the court.
It was really cool that he got to play a lot during the tournament. You could tell that everyone was super excited because they all came onto the court.
Watching Aiden at that game was insane. I know that Sean would have just been over the moon proud of Aiden. He would have been the first one to run down on the court and lift him up.
Mr. Locke, before the 2 varsity games, he came out and talked. He had the mic and we dimmed the lights in here. And he said, everyone please pull out your cell phones. If you have depression or you know someone that's battling depression, turn on your flashlight on your phone.
Shine your light right now. Stand up. Your light may be the very light to help those suffering out of the darkness of depression.
What I really hope comes from Sean's passing is that people realize that mental health is a huge issue in the world.
Everybody has a story, so this is nothing to be ashamed of.
It doesn't discriminate based on race, it doesn't discriminate based on socioeconomic status, it doesn't discriminate based on anything, and it's real. It doesn't matter if you're super rich, if you're super poor.
Everyone has their struggles, and everyone's struggles are different. And you just gotta face them, and hopefully there's a safe haven for people to go talk to other people that can help them get help.
With the money raised by the foundation, SL24 plans to create that safe haven. Opening in September 2020, Sean's House will provide a location for high school and college students to receive professional help.
I think a very important piece of mental health is you have to want the help. You have to seek it out yourself. And that's the hardest step.
Go to a school counselor, go to your school nurse, but don't just do nothing. No mother or parent should ever have to bury their child. And if there's anything that I can do to say or prevent that, that is why I'm here today.
We need to really have a really honest conversation about mental health and really not be afraid of it.
When you're asking people to stand up if they have depression, stand up if they have anxiety, stand up if they've lost someone to suicide, you're asking for a really human moment. And they all stood up, and they all took their phones out, and they all had their lights, and for 10 seconds it was just completely silent, just filled with light. You just got chills. It was one of those out-of-body experiences where you could see the whole thing and still be there, because everyone was together in something that most people feel alone in.
When you saw those lights, I felt like Sean was shining his light down on all of us. And he's probably going, okay, let's get going. Let's push through.
Sometimes all you need to change your life is a sign. Like an actual sign that's like above you. And no, I don't love B-dubs just because I'm a buffalo with wings. Frankly, that's offensive and reductionist. It's like they made beer into a place and gave that place sports and chicken wings. And the people, the best.
Marty! You're dead weight!
Yeah, this place is kind of like heaven. You know, without needing to get hit by a bus. Let's go sports bar!
You're watching the 6th Annual SL24 Memorial Classic. You can donate and help continue to raise awareness surrounding mental health at unlockthelight.com/donate, givebutter.com/SL24Classic, or scan the QR code with your phone.
Jersey Mike's slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for Danny? Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Welcome to the award-winning Lighthouse Cove Event Center in Dewey Beach, the Mid-Atlantic's premier wedding venue destination, offering beach-inspired weddings, receptions, and special events on the Rehoboth Bay. Whether it's simple and understated or grand and elaborate, Lighthouse Cove Event Center delivers a once-in-a-lifetime wedding experience.
At St. Mark's, we understand the unique power of each student. We pride ourselves on offering limitless opportunities for all students, from our strong academic programs to faith formation to the fine and performing arts to extracurricular clubs, activities, and athletics. But despite all these resources, we understand that some students will still fight with darkness. And that's why Sean's House is so important, because every student needs a team of light.
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people through my kids, through my wife, through family, through friends. I'm open about my previous struggles. I kind of hid my recovery days because it wasn't accepted. Any one of my successes today are because I faced my fears and I wanted to make a change. This is a great resource for many kids to get a second start, a second chance, and to face their mental health issues.
Warden Taylor, LLC, real estate law firm, specializes in real estate settlements. Let us help you settle on the home of your dreams. Wills and trusts. Let us help prepare for you and your loved one's future. Business formations. Keep yourself and your business safe by forming an LLC or corporation with us. Warden Taylor, LLC, bringing our experience to your experience.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
I'm going to St. Mark's.
Tavernic Rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
I felt like, you know what, I'm on the road to recovery. And the fact that all these people had said, I've been there before you, dude, I felt that same feeling. I felt loneliness and fear, doubt. I had moments where I felt I was totally alone. And your story is my story is yours. My God, every time I heard that time and time again, I said, I'm not alone. Listen, when I got sober 32 years ago, that wasn't a narrative. And there's no shame today. I don't think there's any stigma in asking for help.
Sean Locke was a kind, caring, and loving person. He was always willing.
Mike slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for Danny? Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Billboard.
What's that? Are you both on the board?
Yes.
Marks, we understand the unique power of each student. We pride ourselves on offering limitless opportunities for all students, from our strong academic programs to faith formation to the fine and performing arts to extracurricular clubs, activities, and athletics. But despite all these resources, we understand that some students will still fight with darkness. And that's why Sean's House is so important, because every student needs a team of light.
Tavernic Rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
The 6th annual SL24 Memorial Classic is being brought to you by BTL Foundation, the Cicero family, HFM Financial, Jersey Mike's, and the Platinum Dining Group.
From the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware, it's the 6th annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. 2 days, 8 games, 16 teams, and one cause. The SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. Hello, everyone. I'm Scott Klatskin alongside a couple of SL24 board members, former coach of Sean Locke and former teammate of Sean Locke, Bill Harmon, Barnett Harris. We've got an excellent 2 days jam-packed with high-quality basketball, education, fundraising, all to remember our good friend, Sean Locke.
Well, it's a tremendous evening. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here, not only to represent someone that knew Sean so well and coached him, but also to be a small part of the board. And Chris Locke and all the volunteers have done a magnificent job of getting this tournament going. This is the 6th year for it, and I'm expecting a really great weekend. Great to be here with you, Barnett, and of course, Scott, as always.
It's great to be here with you two as all. Once I hear Scotty K and Coach Harmon are going to be here,
I'll move mountains to come join you too.
Well, you did. You made your way from Chicago, Illinois to be here. That's just how special this is for everybody, and what a night we have tonight, followed by what a full day of basketball we have for you tomorrow. There will be 8 games, 2 tonight, 6 tomorrow, 16 teams, all to raise funds and awareness for Sean Locke and his foundation, but no better way to start off the 2-day fundraiser than with Sean Locke's alma mater, as the St. Mark's Spartans girls and boys will get us started on a Friday night. And it'll start with St. Mark's at 9-6. The girls team taking on the Padua Pandas at 10-4 on the season. This is a rematch of a game played earlier on in the season, a game that Padua got the W against St. Mark's. And we will soon have the national anthem here at the Chase Fieldhouse, but that will come after starting lineup. So let's take a look at the starting lineups as they get announced in front of us. For Padua, 10-4 on the season, putting together a great year so far. Abigail Hayes is the 11th grader. She'll be joined by Grace Tratola, one of 2 Pandas in double figures in that victory earlier against St. Mark's on January 10th. Liliana DeMarca, just a 10th grader in the starting lineup, along with Abigail Brillo, an 11th grader, and then, of course, Kai Durantry, only a 9th grader, one of the top players and one of the top freshmen in the state of Delaware. St. Mark's will get introduced next, so we'll go over St. Mark's starting lineup. They are coached by Val Karch, 9-6 on the season, and we've seen them on Friday nights to start off this event over the past several seasons, so we're familiar with some of the names we'll be seeing. Haley Short will be a starter in this one, along with Sophia Buffon, Lauren McDonald, Sophia Karch, and Ava Fernapfel. It should be a good one tonight, and it always is here at the Chase Fieldhouse, all for the cause. SL24, Unlock the Light. You can give by going to unlockthelight.com/donate. You can also give by going to givebutter.com/SL24 Classic. We'll talk more about that as soon as we get things going, but we'll step aside now for the playing of the national anthem.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Almighty God, as we gather for this competition, we ask you to bless all of our athletes, coaches, referees, and spectators. Preserve us from all harm, and may your Holy Spirit inspire us to treat one another with dignity and respect. May we accept victory with humility and defeat with honor. May we pray for all those who are suffering with mental illness and those we have lost to mental illness. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I ask that you rise. Please take off your hats as we honor America with the performance of our national anthem from members of the St. Mark's Choir.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Outstanding rendition of the national anthem brings us closer to tip-off of the 6th annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. Scott Klanskin with you. Barnett Harris, Bill Harmon will be calling the action. We get started tonight. What a day of basketball. Tomorrow, though, as well, starting at 10 a.m. and probably finishing at 10 p.m. 12 hours of hoops here at the Chase Fieldhouse tomorrow on a Saturday. We're excited to be here with you on a Friday. That slate of games is just outstanding.
Well, if you're a basketball junkie, you want to be down here at the Chase Fieldhouse, especially those two terrific games in the evening. St. Elizabeth's Howard and Salesianum Sanford, four of the really better teams in the state who are all playing at a very high level.
We've got some high-level girls basketball to start us off. Coming up shortly, Padua and St. Mark's. It's St. Mark's night. I think unofficially, we coined that, I think. Unofficially, St. Mark's night, but every Friday we start off with Sean Locke's alma mater, St. Mark's High School. They're going to be wearing the white with the green, St. Mark's in yellow trim. Padua, the Pandas, are in the black, going right to left as you see it on your screens. Thank you for joining in with us tonight as we get going. The SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic underway from Wilmington, Delaware. 8-minute quarters in the high school game. And you'll see two different lines, although the G League line was not too far for Grace Tretola to give it a try. Good put back there to get Padua on the board. But the two lines you'll see on the floor. One is for the G Leaguers who are making their way up to play for the Philadelphia 76ers. The other is the high school basketball line.
I think the biggest thing in terms of the court, Scott, is the length of this court. About 8 feet longer than the high school and college length.
Scott and Coach, every year we do this, we see players confuse those 2 3-point lines a couple of times. So once they settle in and realize that the further one out isn't the 3-point
or maybe they think they get 4 points for that one.
It is difficult to see both lines, and you're used to setting up perhaps at the 3-point line. You end up setting up a little bit deeper, a jump ball or a held ball at the high school level as they'll move the arrow St. Mark's way. And by now, a couple of Fridays basketball games we've had throughout the season, I'm more familiar with the St. Mark's roster just from doing these games year after year. And some of these names that are returning for St. Mark's, very impressive. Haley Short is wearing number 1. She's the point guard. Sophia Buffon, an outstanding 10th grader, played as a 9th grader. Lauren McDonald is in 12th grade. Sophia Karch, an 11th grader. These are returning players for Val Karch's program.
And, of course, Sophia Karch is the head coach's daughter. And Val was the longtime assistant coach and JV coach at St. Mark's, eventually taking over for Jimmy Friel. And she's done a terrific job. Must be great fun for her to coach her daughter, who's also one of her better players.
Firing away for 3. That's a miss, but a good look at things from Liliana DeMarco, the 10th grader, who had 11 rebounds in the season opener against Ursula. And there's a +1 for Abigail Hayes. One of 3 Abigails on this Padua team, so I don't know how that works at practice. We got to have an Abby. We got to have some other nicknames.
I'm sure they have a bunch of nicknames, Scott. One of the other things about playing down here at the Fieldhouse, beside the length of the court and the additional lines, is the backdrop. And a lot of high schools have a much shorter backdrop. There's something there, maybe a wall or some part of a stage, but here they're both open, and I do think that has difficulty for people to judge their depth.
How did you guys get through practice, Barnett, when you were part of the 2014 CAA championship team that played at Michigan State? You had a Davon, a Devon, and 2 Devons, basically. You had a Davon and 2 Devons.
Nicknames. Devon Pinkert was TP because he looked a little like Tayshaun Prince. Davon Usher nickname was Heads. I don't know, he had that since childhood. And Devon Sadler nickname was Ratch because he had a ratchet and could shoot from every or Bonds because he could shoot from everywhere on the court.
Well, I mean, at that point, one of them could be Devon. If 2 of them have nicknames,
exactly.
One of them can go back to their original name. 7-2, and of course, a high arcing shot off the window for Lauren McDonald, who's hit double figures in 8 games this season. They'll need to get her going, though. She's been held under double figures in 3 out of the last 4, so good for her to hit that one as we approach the 5-minute mark of quarter number 1. Long range three off the mark, off the hands of Grace Tritola. And St. Mark's will have it running the offense. Sophia Buffon, the 10th grader.
Scott, we have a little fast-paced game going here.
Yeah, I got some good quality basketball. It's what we've come to expect here at the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. We are raising funds. I know I spotted as I walked in a lot of the merchandise that is on hand here. You can buy it online as well as Padua connects on a 3-ball off the hands of Liliana DeMarco, and a timeout taken by St. Mark's. Don't want to talk things over, down 10-4. But I walked in, they've got all types of merchandise outside. It is fantastic to see. Short sleeves, long sleeves, as we see the triple. Nice job setting up on the right line to knock that one down. Sweatshirts, hats, beach towels, ornaments, a whole lot more. They're all on sale here at the Fieldhouse, and you can get them at unlockthelight.com. We have raised so much money for SL24, Unlock the Light, and awareness for mental health over the years. Every year, the amount raised has gone up. This started in year 1 with $200,000, which is a heck of a lot of money. Year 2, up over $230,000. Year 3, up over $250,000. And here's where we got the jump. Year 4, over $400,000. Last year, over $525,000 were raised for the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. That's a 5-year total of over $1.6 million. You see that QR code on your screen? You can scan that, and it'll bring you a link to be able to donate to this fantastic cause. You can also go to givebutter.com/SL24 Classic. It is just an honor to be here with you two, raising funds and awareness for this great cause.
Well, it certainly is, and we were talking with Chris Locke before the start of the games, and their sponsors have risen from 103 up to 127 this year, and their actual average giving has gone up as well. So the sponsors have really stepped up and done a magnificent job here for the SL24 Foundation.
And it's a good look for sponsors to be a part of it, and they get a heck of a lot for their sponsorship. You look around this court, you can see some of the logos throughout the floor. So St. Mark's, a good timeout that they took early on as they have responded and cut the lead just down to 2.
Well, Scott, you mentioned that back on January 10th, these two teams met, and Padua came out on top 53-42. So a fairly close game that widened out right at the end, but I know Coach Karch and her really fine staff have worked hard to get this team ready for tonight's game.
I'm intrigued at seeing the player that just traveled with the basketball, Kai Durantry. She's only a 9th grader, but a high-performing freshman. She had 17 points in that win against St. Mark's earlier on in the year. And for a rookie at the high school level, playing at this level at varsity is very impressive.
Coach, if I were to speculate, I think the St. Mark's coach in that timeout told the players to settle down a bit, execute the plays, and get a good shot. Because they seemed the last 2 possessions to run a little bit more of the offense rather than get a quick shot, and it led to two points.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that people come in here and there's a little bit of tension going on, a little bit of nervousness early on, so you've got to get into the game, and a good coach is going to take a timeout or a substitute to try to break up the rhythm of her team, especially when it's not a good one. But you had a great note, Scott, on Durantry in her first game against a terrific team, Ursuline. She had 13 points. Yes. As a freshman, that's outstanding.
She was poised from the start. Sophia Buffon, also a young ball player, got the basket a moment ago, and then firing away from triple was Grace Tritola, who just knocked it through, increases Padua's lead after St. Mark's tied it up. Another 3 on the way. Back-to-back triples from number 12. Tritola on one end, Lauren McDonald on the other.
Well, McDonald, very impressively, in an earlier game this season, had 35 points. And to get 35 points in any 32-minute game is very impressive.
And Abigail Hayes has been impressive as well. She's got 5 of Padua's 15 in a high-scoring affair here in the first 6 minutes.
I'm really impressed with the execution by both teams. Both teams are getting the shots they want, and it was fast-paced and it was slowed down. Now we're picking up the pace a bit, but it's a high-scoring action, and both teams are playing pretty well.
Yeah, getting some good looks, and you're right, Barnett. I think you come into a tournament setting like this, a new arena, a large arena where a G League team plays. There's a lot of pressure on you. There's a Sixers World Championship banners hanging here. There's a lot going on to be distracted by. So typically it takes a little bit to settle in, but both these teams are settled in from the jump. Certainly Liliana DeMarco is. That's her second three she's made for the Pandas.
I'm just impressed with not only the execution, but the shooting skill from both sides of the court, and both teams have really been very sharp here early on.
Inside, dumped down to Lauren McDonald, and she's pacing pretty well, Bill, for another 35 as she had against AI DuPont. She's got 9 already for Lauren McDonald, the 12th grader.
Well, Lauren moves extremely well off the ball. She's a good skilled ball handler. She's got a lot of experience, kind of fills up the stat line, a very good free throw shooter as well. So it's an excellent player for Val Karch and the Spartans.
Coach, if I'm Padua on defense, I'm hugging the paint. They're executing and they're getting these cuts. I'm seeing if they're going to continue to make these threes and hugging the paint so they don't easily able to get these cuts and these layups and these and ones. And conversely, if I'm St. Mark's, I'm getting out of the paint to force them to drive, to not allow as many open threes, because their execution and their passing is very good, and it's leading to three after three, it seems.
Well, St. Mark's has made a defensive change, going from their typical man-to-man to a 2-3 zone in that last possession.
Leah DePaul also checked in for St. Mark's at the last whistle. Turnover for the Spartans. Very clean game otherwise. We get under a minute here in the first quarter. First game, big weekend. 6th annual SL24 Memorial Classic. We're here to remember Sean Locke, a St. Mark's Spartan great and a CAA champion. Went on to play at the University of Delaware. Unfortunately, took his own life. And we are here to remember him and to help those that are thinking about doing the same. In fact, Sean's house, and we'll get into the details throughout these 2 days, open on September 24th, 2020. Since Sean House has opened, we would like this number, 24,000 visitors have come through the door, and over 100 active crisis served. That means over 100 people have come into Sean's house in an active situation where they were thinking about suicidal thoughts and got to live another day because of Sean House. He is saving lives as he is remembered, and Sean's house, SL24, doing great things in the community. We get under a minute. Another three on the way from Padua as a high-scoring first quarter close to coming to a close. Sophia Buffon will operate and perhaps give St. Mark's the final look at the first quarter. McDonald squares, good look at a three. A rebound by Durantry, and Padua will have 7 seconds to get across and get a look. Grillo behind the back dribble, guarded closely by Short. Great defense by the Spartans to not allow Padua to get a shot off. We are 1 quarter in the books from the Chase Fieldhouse. It's the SL24.
Marks, we understand the unique power of each student. We pride ourselves on offering limitless opportunities for all students, from our strong academic programs to faith formation to the fine and performing arts to extracurricular clubs, activities, and athletics. But despite all these resources, we understand that some students will still fight with darkness. And that's why Sean's house is so important, because every student needs a team of light.
Tavernic Rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
The 6th annual SL24 Memorial Classic is being brought to you by CBM Insurance, DSM Commercial, High Five Hospitality, and iHeartRadio.
We've got a great Game 1 at the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic, but it's more than a game. The SL24 Basketball Classic is more than the game itself. We want young people to understand they are more than a number, more than a score, and more than a grade. The mission at SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation promotes the idea of that in 3 different ways, and I love how they break it down. Educate high school and college students about the signs of depression and anxiety. Assist high school and college students with support and guidance to those dealing with depression, and support students through the work of Sean's House. Those 3 pillars are making a difference in the lives of student athletes. Sophia Buffon with the basketball as she drives, crashes through, no whistle, was looking for the foul, and now ahead is Tritola. Gets the rim, can't finish. Durantry is fouled on the putback. That'll be against Ava Fernapfel.
Tritola's really been impressive to me. While you were talking there, she hit a big 3 with a hand in her face in the deep right corner. She's very active, a really fine athlete, loves to push the pace, the veteran Grace Tritola.
Durantry at the line. It's spelled D-W-I-R-A-N-T-W-I. I must have talked to 4 different assistant coaches, and they saw
you over there with Mike Sanford.
They saw me coming. They said, "You're not here to talk pronunciations, are we?" So I'm sorry that one of them got it though. Durantry. It's not as hard as it's spelled, but she is going to be a name that you're going to have to know how to spell. You're going to have to know how to pronounce in girls basketball in the state of Delaware, because, as we talked about already, an impressive start to her basketball career.
Padua's been playing man-to-man all evening so far. And you're right, Barnett. I think they're starting to adjust and sag into the lane a little bit to make those driving angles a little bit more difficult.
Good rebound there by Grillo.
I think so as well. And if I'm St. Mark's, though, I might run a play for McDonald to get her, continue her on this. It seems like this hot streak that she's on.
How about Abigail Grillo, who had a season-high 18 points versus St. Peter and Paul School in Maryland back in December, and she's been able to get double figures multiple times this season. Good follow on the other end, that time by Sophia Karch. You're following shots, you're getting offensive rebounds. That's describing a coach's daughter right there. And Val Clark's the head coach of St. Mark's, certainly impressed by that effort.
Only a junior, averages almost 8 points a game and almost 7 rebounds a game. Probably one of the better defenders on the team with 42 steals. So you're absolutely right. She's learned her lessons well, and they probably watch a little bit more game tape than the rest of the team.
What would they see if we were watching game tape of your former teammate and someone that you coached at St. Mark's High School, Bill, Sean Locke, one of the greatest strokes we've seen in St. Mark's history, that's for sure, and he brought that into college with him as well.
Sean had as pure a looking shot as you could possibly have. The only thing later on in his career, after a couple of knee injuries, he had a little trouble with his lift. But outside of that, that young man never found a shot he didn't like. He would have loved it in here with these additional lines.
You think he would have been setting up
plus.
at the G League line?
Sean
sure.
was fearless. As he came in as a 9th grader and did a great job for us. A 2-sport athlete, a great team leader. But Sean was a very skilled player who was unbelievably coachable. And every day, it was just a pleasure to come and work with him and his other teammates as well.
You want to talk about how big of an impact Sean Locke made on others. How many times does a walk-on player at a Division I college basketball level, a team that went on to play in the NCAA tournament, how often does a walk-on get to be a captain of a team? He was so well respected as a senior, and that's one of the best things anyone can call you on the floor of a basketball court is captain. That's what they called Sean Locke at Delaware.
Unanimously voted by the players, and I think it just speaks to his character. It speaks to the respect he commanded and deserved from the players and the community. He was loved. He was the mayor of Newark, and he just left a legacy on and off the court, and it just shows how being voted a captain as a walk-on, it's just indicative of the love and respect he had. And
we tell these stories about Sean, and we'll continue to do so all weekend to let our viewers know that a guy like that, a Division I basketball player, a captain, you talk about how much he was loved, was still battling with depression, was still going through it, as there's a timeout taken on the floor, and will give us a moment to dive even deeper into some stories about Sean. And if someone that could be best smile and best all around in high school and a captain of a Division I basketball team can battle depression and can have some darkness in their lives, it's okay if you are feeling the same way as a viewer of this show. If you are walking around and you might not have all the accolades that Sean Locke, people would see him and probably suspect, oh, I would love to have the life that he has. But you just never know how anyone is doing inside. He was a great friend, and that's kind of what these 2 days are about, is to raise awareness of the battle that people are going through, and that it's okay. It's okay to talk to a friend. It's okay to make a phone call. It's okay to text and say, you know what, here's how I'm feeling. And I think it's a great example of Sean. All those great accolades that we talk about, he was still going through some dark times. And we are here over the next 2 days, and Sean Locke is here, and Sean's house is there 24/7 every day to make sure that you are all right. And we are raising money for this cause. You can see on the screen some great items to bid on. Go online, unlockthelight.com, to be able to check out all of the items. Brian O'Neill, autographed jersey, a Delawarean, now the Minnesota Vikings. Brandon Graham, an Eagles legend. We have autographs from there. Sixers tickets, Phillies, VIP packages. It's all on unlockthelight.com. But that, over the last minute or so of speaking, is why we are here, to raise funds and awareness. These two teams also here to win a basketball game, and right now, St. Mark's going to have to battle back. Straight away, three, lined it up good. That was DeFebo, but she couldn't connect.
Talking about Sean Locke, guys, I had the good fortune about 2 months before his sad passing to have lunch with Sean, and you would never have known, at least I wasn't aware of any issues. We had a wonderful time. We probably spent about an hour and a half to 2 hours together. He was so excited about his move to Philadelphia and everything that was going on in his life. And then, sadly, a couple months later, something changed. And it was very difficult for me to deal with, because I did know Sean so well and his family. And it was just obviously a very sad day, but it begs your point about for people to talk. And he certainly had an ample opportunity there with me. Never once came up, and I unfortunately wasn't savvy enough to have looked deeper. So it's just a remarkable thing that this entire foundation has done, Sean's house, and all the people now that have been opened up to this situation. And I think the awareness is such a big part of it, and the feeling that there is no stigma, and that you need to, if you have an issue, you need to talk to people, and there's always somebody willing to listen.
Especially at Sean's house, open 24/7, emergency support, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. for daily walk-in peer support, regular visitation. I just need a cup of coffee, sit down with a friend. They're there for you on 136 West Main Street in Newark. Grillo rattled in and out. So we get back into some action here. Padua, as we've been chatting a bit about Sean and remembering him, they've increased their lead to their largest margin of 14. McDonald trying to get St. Mark's back in it. That's a good way to do it. Going to the free throw line. She had 17 free throw tries against AI DuPont earlier on the season, so she's good at getting downhill. 76% free throw shooter when she gets there.
Scotty, you had talked earlier about Sophia Buffone, and you were down at William & Mary last night. I'm sorry I couldn't join you on that night, but Brandon Buffone, her brother, got in the game.
That's right.
And her father, and Brandon's father, is one of the assistant coaches. He was also a terrific player at Salesianum. I know Brandon very well. He's a terrific guy. And it's just great to see him back in the high school coaching ranks. And how good is it? He's coaching his daughter up.
That's right. Sophia, a star on this St. Mark's team, is just a 10th grader. Brandon got in last night at William & Mary, as you mentioned. Had a good look at a three. He'll knock one down soon enough, but Brandon Sr. is on the bench over there, and Sophia having a great season. Brandon, here's a piece of trivia for you if you want to win a bet and say, hey, who made the first shot in a high school basketball game at the Bob Carpenter Center? Well, it's the guy we're talking about. Brandon Buffone hit the game winner in the state semifinals at the Bob Carpenter Center to get Sally's over Sanford in 1993.
Were you there for that one?
I was. I don't think so. I was old enough.
But I'm also going to tell our listeners and viewers that you could light up the William & Mary Arena. One of the times we were down there, we were practicing out on the court before the game, and if I remember correctly, you drained a number of left-handed threes, which you are left-handed, from range.
That's right. I did make a couple threes. I attempted over 100, but a few did go in, Bill. You are correct, and I appreciate you remember those that dropped.
I remember a lot of them dropping that late afternoon.
Scotty has a jumper. Don't let him fool you. Scotty has a jumper.
I coached against Scott. He barely remembers it, but when he was at Newark High School, we had some great games with his Yellow Jackets.
That's true. Yellow Jackets will be in action tomorrow. Good to see the Newark, the black. This black and gold team. We'll have another black and gold team tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. If you're watching tonight, we appreciate you tuning in and checking out St. Mark's versus Padua tomorrow. The action is unreal. You talk about some of the games of the top teams in the state of Delaware. The girls are going to start off Kennett versus Artsmere, and then, as you mentioned, the Yellow Jackets of Newark taking on St. George's at noon. Get the afternoon, Odessa versus Appaquiddick, and then another girl's named Ursuline. We know the powerhouse program that Ursuline's been throughout the years versus Imhotep Charter. And then, Bill, tell us about these night games. 6 and 8, St. Elizabeth versus Howard, Salesianum versus Sanford. Can't get much better than that.
Absolutely. St. Elizabeth might be the best team in the state right now. Now, I think Salesianum has a great chance to improve and make a run. They've played a very difficult non-conference schedule, but St. Elizabeth earlier in the season beat them 83-77. Howard plays a very up-tempo game, so I think that's going to be a really fun one to watch between St. Elizabeth and Howard. Howard just played at Sanford yesterday. He had a 14-point lead in the first half and unfortunately lost the lead, and Sanford pulled away. And the Sanford Sallies matchup, I think, is a matchup of two teams that have just some great athletic players. I think it's going to be a wonderful contest. So, Scotty, I'm really privileged to be back and calling those two games tomorrow night. I think it'll be a great preview of what might happen later on in the state tournament in March.
A little tease for the upcoming state tournament. It is right around the corner as both these teams are getting ready for playoff action. A lot of teams tomorrow as well. We're close to 90 seconds left in the first half of basketball. It was a close one in the first quarter. A little traveling violation there against Abigail Nichols, the 12th grader. But Padua's played much better in quarter number 2 and increased their lead up to 13.
Well, I've been impressed with Padua. They've run the court well, and this is a bigger court, as we mentioned. They've shot the three ball, especially Tritola early on, and they've done a pretty good job of defending most of the St. Mark's actions.
Good look there by Buffon, just rolled out Haley Short. Misses it, battling for a rebound. Gianna DeFebo. Nice entry inside, and the finish from Sophia Karch.
How about Karch with a little running hook shot in there? Karch, as you mentioned, the coach's daughter. She's a really solid player, does a lot of things to help her team out.
Coming off of an outstanding performance last game against Middletown, was 2 points away from a double-double in that one, and she had 8 points, 10 rebounds, also had 5 steals for St. Mark's. Padua can hold here, deep into the clock, no shot clock in a high school basketball game. Usually not needed. These teams get off shots quick.
Especially tomorrow night, Scott. You would not need maybe a 15-second shot clock tomorrow night.
A pitch clock?
Exactly.
In baseball, 10 seconds.
Padua looks like they're going to run a weave here to hold for the last shot. Good strategy being up 11.
Mager on the drive. Into some traffic. Short reached in. It's going to be called for the foul there. That's the 5th against St. Mark's. And now they're going to call.
I believe they called a jump ball on that.
And the arrow goes to St. Mark's. So Haley Short stepping in, making the defensive play. And St. Mark's has 21 seconds to try to get these things closer before heading into the locker room.
They should be running something here for McDonald, who's involved in a horn screening action up top.
9 seconds. Here's Short. 6. She's got to get closer. They've got to go. 3 seconds. Entry came too late, but bailed out by a reach-in foul against Abigail Hayes with .3. Got to know the time on the clock there. Although they had a foul to give, so.
Good usage of the foul situation by Padua there.
Yeah, maybe,
they were trying to post up Laura
maybe I need to know
McDonald.
the time in the foul situation, because that was a good foul. 9.3. You have to tap it in. Yeah, I don't think it would have been good if it went. But
Great effort there by
great
Sophia
effort there.
Great effort. Great effort.
And how about that first half of basketball? Padua 34, St. Mark's 23. What did you guys see in the first 16 minutes?
I saw Tritola get off to a hot start, build up this momentum for this Padua team, and build it up at a crucial time, the start of the second quarter. Conversely, I saw McDonald have a hot first quarter, didn't really get in the mix in the second quarter, and now we have a little bit of a lead.
All right, teams heading into the locker room of second half basketball for you in just a bit. While we take a break, you head to unlockthelight.com/donate and you give to a fantastic cause. More basketball on the way from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington.
More than an athlete, I am inspirational.
I'm more than an athlete, I'm a peer supporter.
I am a leader.
I'm a student, I'm a son, I'm a brother.
I'm a believer.
I'm more than an athlete, I'm also a person, a human being.
I am a strong-minded young man.
I am more than an athlete, I am patient.
I am more than an athlete, I am valuable. I am more than an athlete, I am strong.
I'm a student of the game.
I am a work in progress.
I'm a big sister.
I'm a fighter.
I'm the future.
I am a student, son, and brother.
I'm more than an athlete, I'm responsible.
I am a role model.
I am a student, I am a scholar, I am a friend, and I am a brother.
I am more than an athlete, I am a coach.
I am outgoing and funny.
I am more than an athlete, I'm a friend.
I am more than an athlete, I'm always moving forward.
Woo!
You're watching the 6th Annual SL24 Memorial Classic. You can donate and help continue to raise awareness surrounding mental health at unlockthelight.com/donate, givebutter.com/SL24Classic, or scan the QR code with your phone.
Sometimes all you need to change your life is a sign. Like an actual sign that's like above you. And no, I don't love B-dubs just because I'm a buffalo with wings. Frankly, that's offensive and reductionist. It's like they made beer into a place and gave that place sports and chicken wings. And the people, the best.
Marty! You're dead weight!
Yeah, this place is kind of like heaven. You know, without needing to get hit by a bus.
Let's go sports bar!
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
Jersey Mike's slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for Danny?
Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Hi guys, my name is Mia. I'm one of the peer leads here at Sean's house, and I'm here to talk to you about self-care today. So self-care is something that is extremely overlooked, but it's also extremely important to your own routine. It actually isn't that difficult to do either. It doesn't have to be an overcomplicated or time-consuming practice. It can take as little as 1 hour every day. Sometimes it can help for you to make your own go-to list of personal activities that really bring you joy and help rejuvenate yourself, get your body moving. It can be something such as watching a funny movie with friends, listening to music you enjoy, taking time to eat a nutritious meal, or even just go for a walk around your block. Remember, self-care can also just mean not overextending ourselves, which could also mean not saying yes all the time. Sometimes saying no for your own well-being and not feeling guilty about that can can be considered as a form of self-care as well. So just consider maybe taking 1 hour out of your day to do some kind of activity that can make you feel rejuvenated and happy. This is really crucial to our own personal, I'm sorry.
Okay, go from there.
Yeah.
This is really crucial. Bring us home.
Okay, this is crucial to preventing burnout. We all balance so many activities, whether it's work, personal relationships with friends or family, and as a result, our own personal well-being can take a backseat and be neglected. So just consider 1 hour, just taking the time to do something that makes you feel good.
Welcome to the award-winning Lighthouse Cove Event Center in Dewey Beach, the Mid-Atlantic's premier wedding venue destination, offering beach-inspired weddings, receptions, and special events on the Rehoboth Bay. Whether it's simple and understated or grand and elaborate, Lighthouse Cove Event Center delivers a once-in-a-lifetime wedding experience.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
I felt like, you know what, I'm on the road to recovery. And the fact that all these people had said, I've been there before you, dude, I felt that same feeling. I felt loneliness and fear, doubt. I had moments where I felt I was totally alone. And your story is my story is yours. My God, every time I heard that time and time again, I said, I'm not alone. Listen, when I got sober 32 years ago, that wasn't a narrative. And there's no shame today. I don't think there's any stigma in asking for help.
Your billboard.
.136 is the same and different for sure. Just looking around, much cleaner. It's come so far between just the renovations.
Definitely a lot nicer and a little bit cleaner than when we were here.
If you're going to West Main Street, there was always something going on at 136. Whether that was coming in to hang out or, bring a couple friends over and we'll hang out back. People came here to hang out with Sean Locke, and it doesn't hurt my feelings to say that. People want to come hang out with me. No, people want to come hang out with Sean Locke.
It's just amazing to see that it's a place that people want to gather when it was a place that we always wanted to gather. The house was never empty when we were here, and it's amazing to know it's not empty now.
That weekend before, we had rented a house in Dewey. We all played in a local, in a golf tournament down in Bethany Beach. All of our friends were there. We had a great weekend. And then Wednesday, mid-afternoon, you get the call. So none of us saw it coming. It hurt, obviously. It's something I'm still not over, right? You do think, what could I have done? Did you see any signs? Did you see it coming? And I can confidently tell you myself, Mr. Locke, everyone will tell you the answer is no. None of us saw it. That's what makes it so bad. The disease that is so bad is just people don't feel comfortable coming out.
Before Sean's passing, there was kind of a mental image you would think of, or I would think of, when I thought of somebody who might be suffering from depression. And when Sean passed, that to me was an eye-opener because he was the polar opposite of that.
It was definitely one of the hardest times of our lives. And I think it made us really realize that, hey,
Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Warden Taylor, LLC, real estate law firm. Specializes in real estate settlements. Let us help you settle on the home of your dreams. Wills and Trusts. Let us help prepare for you and your loved one's future. Business formations. Keep yourself and your business safe by forming an LLC or corporation with us. Ward & Taylor, LLC. Bringing our experience to your experience.
I'm Angela Pugliese, and I'm the director here at Sean's house. Come on inside for a tour. This is our living room, and this is really the heart of the house, just as the hearth is the heart of the home. In this room, you can often find our paws dogs, where people are petting them to feel better from pet therapy. You can find people hanging out, doing homework, enjoying a snack, a cup of coffee. People really just enjoy being in this room to gather as a space of togetherness and belonging. This is our dining room. You'll often find many of our guests here working on homework or other assignments, also sharing a meal together. This is my favorite room in the house. This is our library. We have books over here on many different topics, not just psychological needs or self-care, but also we have a fiction section because we know that for some people, getting lost in a book is the best way to distract their mind from anything that may be troubling them. This is one of our private therapy rooms. If you come in for a session, we have peer support one-on-one at any time, people who are your age with your same lived experiences that you can talk to. So we have this room as a private space where you can meet with someone confidentially. And then over here we have our game closet where you can find puzzles, outdoor games, whether they come to the house for a visit, for dinner, or for any other reason. One of our support groups or many of our other free programs is to leave a note or take a note. So here you can find all of the notes that our guests have left for one another. This is another one of our private session rooms. Here you can meet personally with a peer one-on-one for one of our Peer 24 support sessions, or you can meet virtually, whether it's you meeting with someone else or you meeting from afar with us. This is the area where we set up our virtual support sessions, everything free of charge. This is what we call the original Boys of 136. This is Sean right here and many of his friends from high school and college, lifelong friends that he had. This is something that we have in the house to remind us that 136 started out as a home and will always be a home, just a different kind of home. This picture actually has extra meaning to me as well because my brother is one of the original 136 boys. He can be seen right here. This area is a dual purpose. We have our arts and crafts area over here with some of our artwork on display. You can come at any time and let your creative energy flow. This is what we call Donna's fridge. Donna's son, Sayer, was a Wilmington police officer who tragically lost his life to suicide over a year ago. In Sayer's memory and as a labor of love, Donna has created Sayer's Suppers. She's a classically trained chef, and at the end of her workday, she brings any leftover food here to the house. And best of all, anyone can come to enjoy all of these delicious goodies that Donna drops off. We know that food is something that really brings people together. And what else can make you feel like you're at home than a fridge full of drinks and snacks ready for you to enjoy? Whether it's grabbing a cup of coffee with your friend between classes or grabbing a snack to fuel you up for the rest of your day, Sean's house is always here to provide you with what you need to feel at home. We have a full kitchen as well, so we're able to host dinners any time of the year. We are known for hosting our delicious Thanksgiving dinner and Christmas cookies for many of our international guests who aren't able to go home for the holidays. We're able to make sure that 136 always feels like home. In this hallway, you can find different legislative bills that have been passed in the state of Delaware, all supporting mental health. These bills are of special importance to us at Sean's house because they've all been passed either with our support or have been signed right here in the house. This is our backyard, one of the favorite spots of Sean's house. You can often find guests out here enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the views of the mural, or gathering around the fire pit for s'mores after a dinner. Thanks for stopping by Sean's house, a mental health safe haven for youth in the area, where you can always stop by, you'll always feel welcome, everything is free, and you'll always feel like home.
More than the 6th annual SL24 Memorial Classic is being brought to you by Kevin and Marion Healy, the Marta Shelley Restaurant Group, Nemours, and Salesian.
Day one, game one of the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. At the half, Padua leads St. Mark's 34-23. I'm Scott Klanskin alongside Bill Harmon. What a first half of basketball it was. Close in the first half, and then Padua pulled ahead thanks to the play of Liliana DeMarco. She's got 11 to lead Padua. St. Mark's led by Laura McDonald. She's got 13. We've got a lot of basketball to be played today, the rest of the night, and then tomorrow, big basketball games happening all weekend at the Chase Fieldhouse. And before we get started in the second half, I want to introduce our special guest for quarter number 3, new director of Sean's House, Angela Pugliese. Angela, we just watched you at the half, a great tour you gave of Sean's House.
Yeah.
And you are the director
It's a perfect segue, huh?
of that fantastic house that has been helping so many, over 24,000 through their doors. And thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing place. It's really special.
And we're going to talk about it all third quarter long. And you're no stranger to these in-game interviews. You were at the volleyball tournament.
I sure was. I had a little late night spot on that one, so this is better for me a little earlier. And I actually went to Padua Academy, so it's fun for me to be able to talk during this game as well.
Well, your team is doing pretty well, I would say. Up by 11 at the half, and then almost increasing that off the hand of Grace Tritola. How much basketball have you been able to watch here in the first half? I know you're running around and at the merchandise table and making sure everything's going up upstairs in the VIP area. There's so much going on here at the Chase Fieldhouse. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, not a whole lot. I haven't been able to watch a whole lot, but it's been great. We have the broadcast team upstairs as well, so I've been able to get a little bit more of a behind-the-scenes look at what's going on with basketball, while being able to talk to all of our amazing guests and VIPs that we have, and the delicious food we have from Limestone Barbecue. We are it's a great night. I've come every year as a spectator and as a volunteer, so it's really fun for me to be on the other side of things now.
Well, I want to talk to you about why you started coming as a spectator and now getting involved as the new director of Sean's House. I guess before my question, let me establish why I've referenced you as the new director of Sean's House. When did you get started?
I just got started over the summer, so late June. I had actually come from teaching at Padua Academy for the past 8 years, teaching social studies, so politics, history. So this is a big change for me, but it's something that I really wanted to do. I really look forward to. Sean Locke was one of my brother's best friends. His older sister, Kat, who's one of our co-founders, her and I went through high school together. His younger sister, Patty, was one of my students at Padua. I knew Sean. Like I said, my brother was very close to him, so I was really affected by this horrible tragedy that happened, but it's been incredible. I mean, how quickly after Sean's passing that the family really rallied together and their friends to create this incredible organization that has just taken such darkness and turned it into light, and it's been amazing to see all of this come together over the years.
And what has been your biggest challenge down there at the house recently? What have you changed up? What's new and different?
Yeah, so it's been great. It's been a big change for me as well. I love being able to work with young people still, little bit different capacity, but we've put in a lot of new processes and policies down there that have really helped us grow our audience. We have some new support groups down at the house. So we now have, I believe, 6 different groups. We have a group for survivors of suicide loss. We have a parent group. We have an LGBTQ support group. We have Unburden, which is just for general mental health issues. You have a grief support group. We have a group for disordered eating support. So really being able to use some of the connections I have with schools to get that information out to the schools to bring more kids into the house has been really amazing to see those groups grow over the past, just the fall alone.
And I want to talk to you a little bit more, and we're talking with the director of Sean's House, Angela Pugliese. Great to have you here for the full third quarter. Although since you have gotten here, I will say no one has scored yet. This was a high score.
You must have been a great defender at Padua in your day.
I know you didn't see much of the first quarter, but I will describe that it looks a whole lot different than it has. Riley Bransfield can change it at the free throw line. A chance to get the first points in the second half. It was 34-23 at the break, and we'll wait a few moments, perhaps until the next free throw for a chance at that. But as we talked about Sean Lockett and his accolades at St. Mark's, he was captain of a Division I basketball team. He was best all around. He was homecoming king, and so that to many does not describe someone that would walk through the doors of Sean's house, but that couldn't be less or farther from the truth.
Sure. And I have to say, just as someone who knew him, he was the happiest kid. He was always the one, singing songs and dancing around. And I think that's what's so important about mental health, is that it does not discriminate who you are, what age you are, any of those accolades. And so I really think that, what is so special about Sean's house is that anybody can come in and we're there to support them, and you don't have to come in if you're not ready to talk about things that are going on. That's okay too. We have our Pause for People therapy dogs that come all the time, that people, that they, when they're in college, they may have left a pet at home, so they're really missing their pets. So it's nice for them to, do something like that, to spend some time with a furry friend. We have food there all the time, so it's nice to have what feels like a home-cooked meal. We have, a lending library. That's my favorite room in the house, is the library. You can come. We have all kinds of books, as you just saw on the tour, whether it's, self-help books or just a fiction book you want to get lost in. We have arts and crafts. So oftentimes people come in and you have no idea, what they came in for. On the surface, they may not seem like, somebody, we tend to make this picture of this is somebody with a mental health issue. It doesn't matter. It's anyone. And it's another reason why it's important for us at Sean's house to be open 24/7, because we know not only does mental health doesn't care who you are, it doesn't care what time of day it is, right? So we have, we're there 24/7. We have the doors open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. You can come in, hang out, do whatever. And then from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., we have the Ring doorbell ready, and someone will be there to answer and be with you right away.
It is so fantastic what you're doing for the community. UnlockTheLight.com for more information.
Yeah.
We're talking with Angela Pugliese, director of Sean's House, as we're here at day number 1 of the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. If you want to donate, you can see on your screen. Easiest way, perhaps scanning that QR code on your screen, or going to unlockthelight.com/donate. Last year, over $525,000 were raised at this 2-day basketball tournament alone, thanks to sponsors, community members, fans like yourselves that are watching this basketball game. Every little bit counts. And think about it, a ticket for tonight's game, $15, $10 if you were here. If you're watching, think about it. If you have it, every bit can help. Have food at the table, have items for people to come in and be comfortable when they walk in the house. And we talk about Sean's House, and it sounds like a great name for a place that it has a home feeling, and we saw the tour at halftime, but it is figuratively and literally, it was literally Sean's house. I mean, it's literally because it feels like a home for everybody in the community, and it is, but literally, that's where Sean lived.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about the house. That's where Sean and his buddies lived. Some of them lived next door, too, as well. So 136 West Main Street really started out as, Sean's house, and it remains Sean's house. We've just, maybe cleaned up some of the stuff from, there was a frat group that lived there for a little bit. So, home is defined in so many different ways by so many different people. And we love to say that 136 will always be home. It's actually, something that 136 will always be home was written on the wall by Sean's friends when they left the house, and we kept it there when we, flipped the house, and it was all volunteers that did that work to flip it over to what it is today. And it's an incredible place. It's so special to be there, and it really does feel like home.
Angela, you talked about the 6 different programs. You talked about the times that it's open. Tell the listeners a little bit about what age groups can come in and take part at Sean's house.
Sure. So our target audience is really ages 14 to 24, but we're never going to turn anyone away. When we say it's home, I mean, you don't turn anyone away from their home, right? So that's kind of how we believe, our mission and everything as well. So even if, you fall outside of those ranges, we have resources to be able to get you somewhere that you need help. So we really do see a range of things, but that we know how important and how impressionable that middle school into high school into college is. There's so many transitions, especially going from a high school student to a college student, or a college student into the real world. It's a whole different world. So we're really targeting that main age group, but we're just happy to help anyone and connect with others in our community to support people.
And we're talking about Sean's house, opened up on September 24. Of course, Sean's number 24 at the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic in 2020. Since it has opened, some of these numbers are just astounding and so impressive. Over 24,000 visitors through the door. 67,000 people have been educated by SL24 programs about mental health and suicide. Over 4,000 sessions with Peer 24 support specialists, and 425 events and groups have been hosted at Sean's house. Here is maybe what is more, and they're all important, but most impressive of all these numbers: over 100 active crises served. So that means over 100 times someone has needed your services at Sean's house in a moment where suicidal thoughts were on their mind and they were taken care of by Sean's house.
Absolutely, and we have an incredible team that really helps out with that. We have our Peer 24 program where we train young people that are in that same age group, that 14 to 24 age range. We train them. They've dealt with their own mental health battles. So we train them in peer support, which is, people of the same age having a conversation about things that they've been through. And it makes it a lot less intimidating for people to take that first step to come in the house and get the support they need. So, that peer program is really what Chris Locke, our co-founder, always calls the special sauce, because, we may have some of the best food from some of the best restaurants in Delaware. We may have some of the cutest little pups around. We may have some awesome puzzles on the table, but it's our peer support specialists, those people that are 14 to 24 that, can stop an active crisis. And for me, as a mom, as a former teacher, as someone who's, battled mental health myself, it's incredible to see young people come to the table for one another. And I'm just blown away by what young people in our community can do. And I think that's such a big theme of this tournament too, is just seeing these young people all come together for mental health support.
And you're doing such a great job of describing what happens at Sean's house. We're talking to director of Sean's house, Angela Pagliese. And for your sake, I am so glad that Padua just scored a moment ago, because St. Mark's was, as we're talking about Sean's house, as we should.
They're coming up on
St. Mark's was on a 10-0 run prior to that bucket a moment ago. Did you teach any? Were they nervous to see you courtside? Do you have any former students?
Yeah, it was so fun for me to see some of the girls. There's some volunteers. There's some watching, supporting their fellow pandas. So it's been really fun for me to, reconnect with some of them. And that's the amazing thing about Sean's house too, is, it's not uncommon for me to see someone come into Sean's house, or, go present somewhere and see the kids I know. So it's amazing to still be able to work with the young people in our community in different ways.
And Angela, as you know, and hopefully our viewers do by now, you go to unlockthelight.com/donate to give and keep all of these amazing programs still going. There's merchandise online as well to support and show your support throughout the year. And certainly we have it out front here at the Chase Fieldhouse with the score 36-33. Padua up by 3. They led 34-23 at the break. And we've got about a minute 37 left to go talking with you. Of course, we'll hear from you throughout the weekend. Big day tomorrow as well. 6 more games. But I do want to ask about going to Sean's house and visiting, because it can be intimidating walking up to a house and knocking on a door, not knowing what's going to be inside. And how can someone visit Sean's house? Is it a
So all of our services are free at Sean's house, and everything is walk-in. So, you can always call ahead and say, I'm going to be coming in at this time, or I'm going to bring my friend in at this time. We also do offer virtual peer support, so you're able to email us. You can email us at Pier24 at unlockthelight.com to set up a virtual peer support session. So even if you're a little nervous to come in the house, you're just not ready to take that first step. But yeah, I mean, you don't have to make an appointment. Everything's free. You can just walk right in and someone will be there to support you right away. We really like to make it feel like you're coming into grandma's house. So we got cookies baking in the oven. You know, we have people ready to greet you and say hi. And it's great to be able to come into a setting that's not clinical, right?
And that's exactly how Sean would greet you if you came and he was there. Bill and I broadcasted games when he was playing at the University of Delaware. Of course, Bill's known him a bit longer, coaching him at high school. But Sean made me feel so welcome. Every single game would come over to the broadcast table.
Yeah.
Big smile on his face. There was a reason he won Best Smile at St. Mark's High School, and come over and make whoever was around him just feel like they were the most important person in the world. And that's how his house now is doing that for people in the community. I know he's certainly very proud of all that.
Yeah, and that's truly how we want you to feel when you come into Sean's house, like you belong somewhere. And so it's not uncommon to see people just hanging out doing homework or doing a puzzle or having a conversation with us, because it just gives you a sense of belonging. You know, you asked me if I ever see my, former students, what it was like to see them. Something really touching to me. I ran into a former student, and she said, "Oh, I saw you're working at Sean's house now," and she said, sometimes my roommate will, be home for the weekend, or she'll have a late class or something like that, and so I'll come to Sean's house. Sometimes I bring dinner or I eat something there because I just don't have to sit alone in the dining hall or alone in my dorm or apartment, whatever it is, and that's really what it's a place to be, so that you're not alone no matter what is going on in your life.
It is amazing what you are doing, Sean's house, and if you do feel like you need help or you need support, or again, you just want to have a dinner or pet a puppy, make yourself feel better, head to Sean's house. You will not be alone, as again, over 24,000 visitors have come through the door. So if you're nervous about it or you think there is a stigma, we're here to break that stigma and let you know there is no such thing. There is no demographic that battles with mental health. It is everybody needs a friend, needs help, and Sean's house is there for everyone in the community. It has been so fantastic talking with you, Angela, and we look forward to the many more great things that Sean's house will be doing in years to come, and the things they'll be able to do thanks to this event and people that donate at unlockthelight.com.
Yeah, and my last thing I'll say is, if you follow us on Instagram at Sean's.house or on Facebook at Sean's House, you can see all of our programming. You can see what's for dinner. You can see what pups we have, and you can see what kind of programs we have going on. So
I want to know where you get the pups from.
Paws for People. Paws for People
fantastic?
Is amazing. Yeah, and we actually have them in our Sean's room at St. Mark's, which I'm sure you'll hear more about this weekend as well. So,
all right. Well, thanks for all you're doing, Angela, and thanks for spending time with us.
Thank you guys for having me.
Terrific.
This has been so great.
It's been a pleasure.
So much.
Angela
it's been
Poy,
fantastic.
EAC, Director of Sean's House. Thank you so much for your time. We'll take a time out. We come back. Fourth quarter action, Game 1, SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic.
Mike slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for Danny? Sliced right in front of you. It's the Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Your billboard.
Is being brought to you by TKO Hospitality, Ward & Taylor LLC, and Diamond State Financial.
Welcome back into the Chase Fieldhouse here in Wilmington, Delaware. What a third quarter of basketball it has been for the St. Mark's Spartans, outscoring Padua in quarter number 3. 16-2. Scott Klatskin, Bill Harmon with you, and it was so great to talk with Angela Poyesi, the director of Sean's House. We are now back with Barnett Harris. And Barnett, I don't know if you were Padua's good luck charm in the first half or what type of talents you have in terms of supporting the Pandas, but they went ice cold without you on the broadcast.
It was a hot third quarter. I saw from the sidelines. I was in there with the people, and it was a high-scoring third quarter.
It took Padua 6 minutes to score in the third quarter. You open your mouth to open the fourth, and they get a bucket. So I think that they've got to be pleased that you are back on the broadcast. Bill, that was fantastic to talk to Angela, wasn't it?
Angela's a terrific young woman, and she's done so many good things for the Sean's House, and it's just great to have an educator like her there who really has a great feel for the community. As you alluded to, she teaches and had taught at Padua for a number of years, and then comes to Sean's House, and she's just such a great representative of the community, and she's going to do great things there. She's already done that in a very short period of time.
How about that play by Abigail Grillo? Got the block on one end of the floor. You reward the big for running the floor, Barnett. You know a thing about that. She got a dime dropped off to her from Grace Tratola and one, so a better start to the fourth quarter for Padua than they started the second half. And now an offensive rebound and a putback. The Panthers are back getting after it.
Scott, the difference in the third quarter, while you were really doing a wonderful interview there, was the defense of St. Mark's. They were very opportunistic, challenged a lot of shots, defended their defensive glass, and obviously got their offense going as well.
Buffon trying to take it in, and she is averaging about 15 points per game this season as Sophia Buffon, which is actually outstanding as only a sophomore on this St. Mark's team, but she's been struggling a little bit, obviously at the top of the scouting report for the Padua Pandas tonight.
Well, they've done a good job. Padua has some excellent length. They move their feet well. They've stayed in man-to-man with a little bit of pressure that last time down prior, but they've amped up their defense as well.
Durantry, corner, three ball down for DeMarco. She is having a heck of a night. 16 points and a timeout taken by Val Karch as Padua gets back up 6 after leading by 11 at the break.
That's very reminiscent of the first quarter where Padua was splitting and kicking to wide open three-point shooters in the corner and making them. They cooled off late in the second and in the entire third period, and now they're heating back up again as Barnett gets back to the desk.
That's right. I don't know. You have the good luck charm of Barnett. Certainly for Liliana DeMarco, just a 10th grader herself, having a big game today. She's in double figures, and she's got 3 triples, and she loves those corners, that's for sure. While timeout's taken on the floor by St. Mark's, a reminder, you can get to the silent auction that is online at unlockthelight.com, and we are talking UNLOCKE, Sean's last name, lockthelight.com. There are 8 different island vacations all around the Caribbean,
and you need one of those.
I need one of them. I'm going to bid hard on one of those. That is for sure. Maybe I shouldn't tell folks about the link to drive. We want to drive the numbers up. Of course, I'm joking around. There's Philly tickets.
If I'm not mistaken, you did get one in November, didn't you?
I did. I did get to go to the Bahamas thanks to the University of Delaware's non-conference slate. Big thanks to the Hens for taking me along there. But Phillies tickets, Phillies VIP tours, Sixers tickets, there's NASCAR tickets. We've got NFL autographs, Brandon Graham, Brian O'Neill, Troy Reader. How about Isaiah Pacheco, who has scored a touchdown in every playoff game this postseason and will be playing in the Super Bowl next Sunday. We got an autograph from him as well. So it's all at unlockthelight.com. You can check it out there, and it all goes to the great cause, which is going to SL24 Unlock the Light.
You know, the Chiefs organization has about 5 or 6 Delaware alumni who work in some form.
There's some Delaware connections.
Yeah, so some, including on the staff and in administrative roles. And it's amazing. Blue Hens are really everywhere.
They're doing it. Matt Nagy is on the staff, and Brett Beach is the GM. Yeah. Joe Blameyer is on the staff as well. As putback goes up and through for St. Mark's, and a traveling violation will give it back to the Spartans. I got to commend St. Mark's and Val Karch's ball club for fighting back into this one when they were down double figures at the half. Really came out with passion and enthusiasm in the third.
They've been very scrappy. Their defense has been much sharper than in the first half. They've shot the ball and finished well inside. I wanted to mention that one of the a member of the coaching staff when Barnett was at the University of Delaware. Saul Franco, who was the director of ops, spends a lot of time at the Kansas City Chiefs games.
He's a super fan. He's at all the games as well. Dave Scott as well, always posting great photos online. Warren McDonald gets this game even closer. We got a tight one here. We have come to expect great basketball at the SL24 Memorial Classic. No whistle there, as Short seemingly was fouled. Clark was there on the follow for the rebound, and now we hear the whistle.
The GM of the Chiefs, is it Brett Veach?
Yes, it is.
He was classmates with Saul Franco, and because I was curious. Saul's a New Yorker, Giants fan.
I've got to reel it in, guys. I don't know why a Chiefs podcast is just broken. I'm trying to plug the autograph for sale, and we've gone 7 minutes on the Chiefs coaching staff and fan base. Should we get a shot of Taylor Swift on the screen? Let's get back to.
She's going to be on a lot on Sunday in a week.
Let's get back to basketball.
Scott, you might not like this, but Taylor Swift's father is a UDEL graduate.
I don't know why I wouldn't like that, Barnett. That's fantastic news.
So we're sticking on the Chiefs.
His name is Scott, so of course I'm a big fan. Let's get back to hoops here, guys. Let's talk SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. There is a basketball game going on in front of us, and it is a very good one. And now there's a steal by Fernapple ahead of the pack. McDonald. And we are almost tied up. Not quite. The foam. A lot of contact. No whistle. These players are battling underneath.
Well, Lauren McDonald's been a huge impetus here in the second half. She is very scrappy. First to the floor for her team. Makes plays in the open court. Can score. And a very clever driver. I've really been impressed with her game. She plays extremely hard. Really the leader of this St. Mark's Spartans team for Val Karch.
The two missed opportunities there for St. Mark's, and it did look like there was contact on what was the second offensive rebound on that play. And unfortunately for St. Mark's, they on the third miss were calling for a foul on the rebound try. 4:36 left to go in this one. This one might come down to the wire. We're here at the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. We talked all third quarter long about Sean's house, and we are raising funds for SL24 and what they like to do. 3 objectives in terms of how they like to run their program. They educate high school and college students to the signs of depression and removing stigmas. That's what we're doing here. We talk about how Sean Locke was homecoming king, not someone that you would maybe paint a picture of someone battling darkness and depression, but he was. Let's remove that stigma of depression. They assist high school and college students with the transitions of life from middle school to high school. It's such a hard transition. They're there for you. Head into Sean's house, help them out, and they create that safe haven that we just talked about all third quarter long with Angela Pugliese. Sean's house in Newark. You can walk in, professional help, speak to peers about the struggles with depression and the threat of suicide. If you're watching tonight, if you're watching this ball game, we've got a great ball game. Please think about donating. Unlockthelight.com/donate, where there's a QR code on your screen that will bring you to a link. After the timeout, Paddlewood with basketball, and Grillo's had a great game for the Pandas. Trying to squeeze one into traffic there, and it's stolen away.
Well, that's McDonald again being very clever defensively. Positions herself extremely well. A really fine athlete who moves her feet at a very high level.
McDonald to the rim, and we're all tied up at 45.
So I mentioned her defense has really separated them in the second half, but it's her offense, her ability to drive with her right hand and get to great places really helped this comeback for St. Mark's.
She's over 20 points on the night, and a traveling violation will give St. Mark's the opportunity to take a lead.
And St. Mark's is playing really good aggressive, but also help defense. Their teammates are willing to help each other out and forcing Padua to make mistakes that they otherwise wouldn't make.
Seeing some full court pressure here. McDonald gets to the cross. Nice touch pass there to Karch, the cutter. Misses at the rim though, and St. Mark's has missed several opportunities right at the cup. Grillo, contact, and she'll go to the line.
Grillo, to me, has been very impressive. She can shoot the three, but I think she's really at her best when she shot fakes and puts the ball on the floor. She's very long, has a lot of different angles that she can use to get to the basket, and has the ability to draw fouls.
And she's not afraid of the contact, which is also very impressive to me. She doesn't shy away from it. She goes into the contact and is strong enough to give herself a chance to get the foul and one.
Free throw unties the score. We're going to see some substitutions as Gianna DeFebo will check in for St. Mark's, and for Padua, the sharpshooter DeMarco will check out, and into the game comes Molly Mager. For Napful to the bench for St. Mark's. Second free throw on the way for Grillo. And the leaders of this team, and she stroked 2 very clutch free throws.
Padua has continued to stay in their man-to-man. They have pressed a little bit here in the second half, but they like to play this half-court man-to-man. They don't do a lot of switching. They've been doing a fairly good job of clogging up the lane.
Off-balance runner off the mark. Tough angle for Lauren McDonald, who's leading this team. Double figures now in 9 games this season. With her performance tonight. 103 we go. Hayes. And Padua's getting to the free throw line now.
Hayes has been the primary ball handler. She handles the pressure well. There's been some pretty tight defense on her. She has that spin move. And though she has been facilitating more, she has the ability to get to the basket, as in that case, getting fouled and getting into the free throw line.
Game number 1 of 2 tonight, 6 more tomorrow. The lefty at the free throw line. Puts Padua up by 3. A second free throw can make this a 2-possession game. Emma Mulvena checks into the game. The 10th grader will sub out for Grace Tritola, who had a really good first quarter of basketball. Remains a 1-shot score. Haley Short. Responds within 2 again. Within 1, excuse me.
Haley Short is a terrific on-the-ball defender. She's a terrific distributor and really is a fine free throw shooter. Did a great job there pushing the ball in the open court to score.
Another turnover for Padua. A couple traveling violations here in the 4th. So St. Mark's with the basketball and a chance to take a 4th quarter lead after trailing by 11 at the half. Buffon, the sophomore. Bounces the Karch. Off-balance shot and a break for St. Mark's as that was last touch by the team.
St. Mark's using a little 1-4 alignment. They'll go to the wing or they'll create an isolation play. That time Karch did a really nice job of getting down the lane. Just couldn't quite complete that as she shot that mid-range floater.
Coach, it hasn't always worked out for them, but St. Mark's has done a really good job of back cutting. And they seem to be giving themselves a chance and an opportunity.
Well, Padua's defense has been aggressive. They've been denying out almost to the second three-point line, and you're absolutely right. You take your defender out, you set them up. If they don't play a lot of help in the lane, you're going to have an opportunity for a backdoor.
Reach-in foul going to go against Haley Shorter. Had a big steal earlier in the quarter, and now a reach-in foul. That's the 5th against St. Mark's. So Hayes will go to the stripe. Val Karch, head coach of St. Mark's, watching on, and there's Denise Igo Sackett, head coach of the Padua Pandas. These two teams met earlier in January on the 10th, and it was a victory for Padua, a 53-42 W. This one a lot tighter than that one, in a timeout taken on the floor. Let's use this timeout to talk a little bit more about our friend Sean Locke, who we're here for 21 days from his 24th birthday. He took his own life in 2018, and as we remember him, because of him, the Unlock the Light Foundation came together to erase the stigma on battling depression and to help the community. And you can see a lot of youth in the crowd here. They are all invited to Sean's house and all invited to get help and erase the stigma of battling depression. I don't think anyone knew what Sean was going through until it was too late. And because of Sean, now others have a place to go. We mentioned 24,000 visitors through the door at Sean's house, and you can donate through that QR code or go to unlockthelight.com/donate. You can also to givebutter.com/SL24 Classic, and you see the lock shirts. We got merchandise as well. You know, as this tournament has gone on and on, I'm starting to see more and more merchandise worn just around town, and what a great badge of honor it is if you're seen walking around Newark or throughout the state of Delaware with an SL24 shirt on, showing that you support a great cause.
It's amazing to see it. It's amazing that how it's caught on, how the youth have just embraced and bought into being okay with talking about your feelings and wearing it like a badge of honor. So it's amazing to see the next generation, the future of this country and the future of the society, be so open and embrace such a mission, and it warms my heart.
It's an amazing cause, and Sean would have loved this basketball game. High intensity, high quality, got some scoring going on, a lot of tray balls. That was his specialty. And they could use a Sean Lock 3 right now, could the Spartans. Down by that number, 50-47, after the free throw from Abigail Hayes. Another foul on the floor. St. Mark's down by 3, don't need a 3. Plenty of basketball left in this one. 1:50, a lot of possession, especially in the high school game, going back and forth. So plenty of possessions left in this contest.
Well, Padua has 2 more fouls to give here, and they have timeouts in their favor, so the end game should be well managed by Padua. I know St. Mark's would love to get Buffon going. She's had a tough night. The sophomore, father's assistant coach, she's had a terrific season, averaging almost 15 points a game and a great long-range shooter, and Padua's done an excellent job of denying her opportunities from range.
Now, one thing, if I'm St. Mark's, I would encourage them to not feel like they're rushed. There's no shot clock. There's a lot of time. You don't need a 3. If you're running one play and you don't see anything there, feel free to back it out and run something different. You have plenty of time to execute a play and get a good shot.
DeFebo turns it over again. It's Grillo making a great defensive play. She's had some blocks of steel there, so no rush right now for Padua. The 9th grader with the basketball gets it back to Hayes, the junior.
If they hold the ball here, St. Mark's needs to come out and probably foul. They need a lot of clock preservation here to give themselves enough possessions.
Chatola, the senior, and that looks like what Padua's going to try to do as we get under a minute.
Now, Padua's got to be careful. They need to know if they're closely guarded. Haley Short is a terrific defender. Can almost create, and they're going to use one of their timeouts.
2 timeouts left for Padua, as that one almost a turnover. Great effort there by Haley Short. And I think just to settle her group and talk about the next 48.8, Coach Igo Sackett calls the timeout.
Now, if I'm St. Mark's in this timeout, I'm telling my players who on Padua, if they get the ball, we don't need to foul, but if certain players get the ball to foul, if it's someone who doesn't shoot great from the free throw line, I'm telling my players to foul them.
I'm watching the replay here, Barnett, and I'm thinking it's got to either be a foul or a backcourt. If it's not a foul, and I guess they're going to say Haley Short touched it and went backcourt, and then because of the scramble drill that was about to occur, I think a good timeout for Padua there. They'll have 2 timeouts left. St. Mark's will have 1 timeout left. What a great start to a great couple of days of basketball here at the Chase Fieldhouse.
Well, this has been really a fantastic game. I think both teams have shot the ball well. Some turnovers here by St. Mark's has allowed Padua to get back into the rhythm offensively. The long-range shooting by Padua throughout the game outside of the third quarter has been exceptional. I think what St. Mark's will do here, they will defend very hard the inbounds. If they start to run off the clock, well, they're going to get a jump ball here because they wanted to execute a dribble handoff, and if you do that, you're going to bring an extra defender into the area. Haley Short is really good at on-the-ball defense. Hayes has to be very careful here.
She's a tenacious defender. Has to be careful, though. Got hands on the back of Abigail Hayes, and a foul is finally called there.
Coach Karch was trying to initiate the foul there and get the call. The official a little late with that one as Haley Short bumped Hayes in the backcourt.
Let's extend the game and get some more possessions here if you're St. Mark's. It's a 6th foul against the Spartans, puts Hayes at the free throw line, the lefty. We're here for UnlockTheLight.com, the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. Game 1. If Game 2 is anything like this one, then we are in for a real treat starting at 8 o'clock.
Well, St. Mark's boys team has been playing very well. Now, they had a tough game against St. Elizabeth's on Monday, but they are a team that's on the rise. They have some terrific athletes, and we've been talking about them. I think the ball needs to get in McDonald's hands, and she needs to make a couple plays for her team.
Buffon gets a good look. Karch Oreb, and it is back to a one-possession game. What a nice job crashing the glass by Sophia Karch, who averages over 6.5 rebounds per game. A huge one there.
Buffon did a great job of driving along the left baseline. Unfortunately, she just couldn't finish. But the coach's daughter, ever present, does a wonderful job of getting the offensive glass and playing through contact to score.
Coach, you have 20 seconds left. Do you try to trap it, or do you foul right away?
Oh, I think you have time to trap it. I think they should if they can. I think the ball will be in Hayes' hands, as they've done throughout the night. She is a terrific foul shooter. But at that point, you would be better off trying to deny her the ball on the inbounds, get it into a lesser foul shooting percentage opponent, and then foul them.
And we just
go for the steal first, go for the trap, see if you can get something.
We just saw a moment ago the putback by Sophia Karch. Credit to Sophia Buffon, though. She fouled her miss, actually tapped it to Karch. If she didn't get that tap, don't know if Karch would have been able to get that offensive rebound. Great crowd here today. It is going to be packed tomorrow. This is a 2-game slate. St. Mark's girls, St. Mark's boys. Get your tickets now if you can, because I got a feeling there's going to be a line at the door tomorrow with the amount of games we've got going on. Always a fun 2 days here in Wilmington, all to remember Sean Locke, our friend, and raise money and awareness for the Unlock the Light Foundation. A baseball pass was tried off the inbound, and a deflection by Fernapfel went off of the inbounder Hayes, and I believe it's going to be St. Mark's basketball. And it is. We'll see if we get a replay look at it. If not, as play will continue, Buffon will be thrown in. That's a huge turnover, and St. Mark's a chance to tie this one up. Don't have to rush. 18 seconds. Get a good look. Buffon in the post. And a reach-in foul going to go against Padua. That's just the third on Padua.
And a good foul by Padua. You're going to make St. Mark's have to execute their out-of-bounds under again. They threw it deep the last time. The screening action inside was handled well by Padua. But I really admire St. Mark's for battling back. Their Buffon takes a little bit of a hit. Would have been one of those questionable calls.
McDonald can't tie it up there. Big defensive rebound by Grace Chitola, and she has a chance to put this one away at the stripe. If she can make 2, it'll be too many possessions, perhaps, for St. Mark's.
Well, McDonald got the driving lane. I was hoping she would, but unfortunately she was just a little out of control trying to make the play happen. You're usually better off playing off of 2 feet there. You get off 1 foot, you're going to be a little off balance, and that shot really never had an opportunity to go in.
Coach, I think she thought she was going to try to be able to draw the contact, but the credit to Padua's defense, they backed off and saw that she was going to take a shot as Tritola hits the first, and the contact wasn't there, and the shot was off balance. So it was both people were at the same pace, and it didn't work out.
Big shot here to make it a 2-possession lead for Padua. St. Mark's is alive, 5.4. Short across half court. Buffon got to get it up to tie, and Padua, for the second time this season, defeats the St. Mark's Spartans.
What a terrific ball game, though, to start off this great weekend, guys. I thought both teams played very hard. A wonderful comeback in the third quarter by St. Mark's, outscoring Padua 16-2 to make it a great ball game in the second half. It goes down to free throw shooting, and then a tough shot by Buffon at the buzzer. But both teams played very well. They're going to be tournament teams, and who knows if they don't meet a third time.
Barnett, the Padua Pandas just need you back in the chair. Outscored 16-2 in the third quarter when you were away, and then able to get back and get the victory by 3. What a ball game it was to start us off.
great game to start off. Great play-by-play and great commentating by you two. I'm so excited. I'm always excited, but what a way to start off this week in an incredible game. Both teams played incredibly hard, high scoring, went down to the wire. What more could you ask for?
It was a 52-49 final. Padua defeats St. Mark's, and on the screen you can see the QR code. We are here for great basketball, but we are also here to raise funds and awareness for the Unlock the Light Foundation. It's the SL24 Unlock the Light Memorial Basketball Classic. It is a game 1 in the books. Game 2 will be coming your way at 8 o'clock, and what a contest it will be. Two very talented basketball teams. On the boys' side, St. Mark's Spartans, Sean Locke's alma mater, taking on DMA here at the Chase Fieldhouse. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, it'll be some halftime information. Don't want you to leave your screen. We've got all types of great stuff coming for you on this YouTube channel. Thanks for watching, and make sure you are back. If you do go, maybe you have to go get your credit card. I understand. You have to leave the screen and go get your credit card because you're making a donation at unlockthelight.com. So we appreciate that. When you come back, though, make sure you're here by 8 o'clock because you won't want to miss St. Mark's DMA Game 2 after a fun one to get it started here in Wilmington. We'll be back. It's the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic.
Here with Zach Ryan, the Executive Director of the SL24 Foundation. Great to see you, man. How are you?
Mike, welcome to Sean's house.
Thanks so much. Listen, I know we'll get into it, but just really overall super impressed with what you've done so far in the short amount of time that you've been here. I mean, your dedication, I can see it, I can hear it, I can feel it. So I know they're happy to have you.
Mike, and I got to echo the same comments for you. I mean, seeing what you've done for the foundation over the years has really kind of inspired me. You've been a voice for people that have been voiceless, so I appreciate you amplifying what we do.
Thank you. You were at Sally's before. Tell me about your relationship with Chris and then how you get started here in the organization.
Yeah, so it's funny because I worked in education for 14 years, 12 of them at Salesianum. And I thought of Chris as the formal affairs guy. He came in around prom time, got guys fitted for their tuxes. But I remember hearing about the loss of Sean. And it was former students of mine that lived in this very house. And I remember them coming to us unsure of what to do. They'd lost their friend. And I remember Chris coming with friends and family to Salesianum in the auditorium, and he shared his story, and he shared the education piece that's so important to SL24's mission. And he changed the conversation at Sally's. We were able to be vulnerable. A group of 1,000 boys, educators, teachers, administrators, were all sharing times where they felt less than, depressed, anxious, stressed, and it changed the conversation. I owe a debt of gratitude to Chris for changing that conversation, making those conversations with students so much easier, so much more powerful and impactful.
Yeah, for sure. And you've always been involved here, but now in the summer of last year, June 2023, this position becomes available. Why did you take it, and what do you see about this organization?
So, Mike, just a little personal thing for me. I lost my aunt and my uncle to suicide. Over a 12-year career, I lost 6 students and alums, and I lost numerous friends from my alma mater back in Florida from suicide. That's not to mention people suffering from depression, grief, anxiety, OCD, mental illness. And I feel like I owe it to those people. I owe it to all of the students that I walked with on that mental health journey. And I owe it to an organization that, again, changed the paradigm. So the opportunity for me to give back to that, man, that just kind of lights a fire in me. And so I'm so excited to be here and really see all the growth that this organization has made, the growth in these young people here, I mean, it's inspiring.
Everybody is dealing with something. I mean, we were talking about before. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, right? So you need help. You need people to be able to help discuss that with them. So to become a Peer 24 support specialist, to be here to help, not just in this location, but the others, and we'll get to that in a minute. How do you get involved in that?
So reach out to our Director of Peer Support, Allie Burns, or you can reach out to me, go on our website, our social media. We are constantly pushing out our Peer 24 training. It's an accredited training program, and we have 70 people in the cohort right now. So, I mean, we'll do that twice a year to make sure this is spreading out throughout the state and beyond.
Yeah, and you need it because of the growth. Okay, let's talk about some of the other things, what's happening here. Sean's room, right? Set up initially at St. Mark's High School.
Yeah, so it's really exciting to have this house here that's 24/7, but we have many Sean's rooms at St. Mark's High School, Sean's alma mater. It's open during lunchtime, after school. You can do the kind of same things here with a Peer 24 support specialist in your school, in your community, kind of throughout your day. The other spot that we have is the Teen Warehouse Sean's Room location. It just opened in December. We just did the ribbon cutting there, and you're talking about an area of Wilmington that's probably the most affected by poverty in the state. So you're talking about children with a lot of ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. That trauma needs to be unpacked. And imagine trying to unpack it going through your school day, being a part of an athletic team, having a peer there that can talk to you about it. It's momentous. Our next stop at the end of February is St. George's, who's been with us since the beginning as supporters. Really proud to have a room there.
That's awesome. No, that's great. I mean, you could just see this, right? Developing not only all over the state, but I think other people around the country are recognizing this and saying, hey, how do we get involved? How do we do this stuff? I mean, it's phenomenal. So the growth is there. You got a big mission going on here, 2.4 and 24. What is that all about?
So the three parts of the mission: educate, support through that peer support program, and assist. So SL24 has our mental health scholarship. And the 2.4 in 2024, it's a bold goal. But when you look at the mental health outcomes, the gap between somebody experiencing a symptom of mental illness and getting help is 11 years. What if we shorten it to 2.4 years, days? We want to make sure it's accessible to everybody. So that endowed scholarship, mental health scholarship, helps anybody that is uninsured or underinsured get the professional services they need. We know where our peer support training stops and a professional needs to step in, and we don't want any other barriers. We're 24/7 here. We want funding not to be an issue for somebody.
No, that's a great point. Yeah, you got to close that gap, absolutely. So 2.4 million, right? The goal
Correct.
in 2024.
Yeah.
And hey, that's what people need to understand, so they know where their donations and the money is going towards. I mean, Sean's house, the Sean's rooms, the peer support, and this awesome campaign for the endowment. Because, like you said, you have that set up. You know you're here for the long haul, for life.
Definitely. It's in perpetuity. And I mean, I think everything we talk about here, we're talking about in terms of forever. I want it for my kid. I want it to be 136 will always be home for everybody that walks through the door. So in perpetuity is really important to us.
No doubt, no doubt. Hey, what's great about this is that, as you said, this affects everyone in one way or another. That's why you're here. That's why I'm here. That's why we're all here. It's easy to get behind something like this. I'm just so excited about the growth and what we're doing and where everything's headed. So awesome to see you again. Thanks
so
for all
much.
your work, and we'll catch up again soon.
Thank you.
All right.
Tavernic Rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people through my kids, through my wife, through family, through friends. I'm open about my previous struggles. I kind of hid my recovery days because it wasn't accepted. Any one of my successes today are because I faced my fears and I wanted to make a change. This is a great resource for many kids to get a second start, a second chance, and to face their mental health issues.
Warden Taylor, LLC, real estate law firm, specializes in real estate settlements. Let us help you settle on the home of your dreams. Rules and trust. Let's help prepare for you and your loved one's future. Keep yourself and your business safe by forming an LLC or corporation with us. Warden Taylor, LLC. Bringing our experience to your experience.
I'm Angela Pugliese, and I'm the director here at Sean's house. Come on inside for a tour. This is our living room, and this is really the heart of the house, just as the hearth is the heart of the home. In this room, you can often find our paws dogs, where people are petting them to feel better from pet therapy. You can find people hanging out, doing homework, enjoying a snack, a cup of coffee. People really just enjoy being in this room to gather as a space of togetherness and belonging. This is our dining room. You'll often find many of our guests here working on homework or other assignments, also sharing a meal together. This is my favorite room in the house. This is our library. We have books over here on many different topics, not just psychological needs or self-care, but also we have a fiction section because we know that for some people, getting lost in a book is the best way to distract their mind from anything that may be troubling them. This is one of our private therapy rooms. If you come in for a session, we have peer support one-on-one at any time, people who are your age with your same lived experiences that you can talk to. So we have this room as a private space where you can meet with someone confidentially. And then over here we have our game closet where you can find puzzles, outdoor games, board games, and all kinds of other fun things to do to really make the house feel like a home. In this area, you can find our calendar and information on all of our support groups. Everything we do here at the house is free of charge, no insurance needed. You can see here some of our groups. We have grief support, we have parent groups, we have survivors of suicide loss, LGBTQ+, unburden, and eating disorder support group. You can also find a calendar noting our Paws for People dogs that come to visit, as well as the different dinners that we host for different groups in the area, athletes, fraternities, sororities, everything free of charge. Our second floor is reserved for our residents, but one thing I did want to show you is the origin of our motto of the house of 136 will always be home. Some people may be surprised to learn that Sean actually lived in this house during his college years with some of his friends. Before they moved out, one of the friends scribbled on this wall, 136 will always be home. When we were in the process of transferring the house into what it is today, this was found on the wall and we saved it and have had it as our motto of the house, and you can find it on a lot of our merch, on our website, and you can hear people saying it all the time. Something we encourage our guests to do, whether they come to the house for a visit, for dinner, or for any other reason, one of our support groups or many of our other free programs, is to leave a note or take a note. So here you can find all of the notes that our guests have left for one another. This is another one of our private session rooms. Here you can meet personally with a peer one-on-one for one of our Peer 24 support sessions, or you can meet virtually, whether it's you meeting with someone else or you meeting from afar with us. This is the area where we set up our virtual support sessions, everything free of charge. This is what we call the original Boys of 136. This is Sean right here and many of his friends from high school and college, lifelong friends that he had. This is something that we have in the house to remind us that 136 started out as a home and will always be a home, just a different kind of home. This picture actually has extra meaning to me as well because my brother is one of the original 136 boys. He can be seen right here. This area is a dual purpose. We have our arts and crafts area over here with some of our artwork on display. You can come at any time and let your creative energy flow. This is what we call Donna's Fridge. Donna's son, Sayer, was a Wilmington police officer who tragically lost his life to suicide over a year ago. In Sayer's memory and as a labor of love, Donna has created Sayer's Suppers. She's a classically trained chef, and at the end of her workday, she brings any leftover food here to the house. Best of all, anyone can come to enjoy all of these delicious goodies that Donna drops off. We know that food is something that really brings people together, and what else can make you feel like you're at home than a fridge full of drinks and snacks ready for you to enjoy? Whether it's grabbing a cup of coffee with your friend between classes or grabbing a snack to fuel you up for the rest of your day, Sean's House is always here to provide you with what you need to feel at home. We have a full kitchen as well, so we're able to host dinners any time of the year. We are known for hosting our delicious Thanksgiving dinner and Christmas cookies for many of our international guests who aren't able to go home for the holidays. We're able to make sure that 136 always feels like home. In this hallway, you can find different legislative bills that have been passed in the state of Delaware, all supporting mental health. These bills are of special importance to us at Sean's house because they've all been passed either with our support or have been signed right here in the house. This is our backyard, one of the favorite spots of Sean's house. You can often find guests out here enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the views of the mural, or gathering around the fire pit for s'mores after a dinner. Thanks for stopping by Sean's house, a mental health safe haven for youth in the area, where you can always stop by, you'll always feel welcome, everything is free, and you'll always feel like home.
Jersey Mike slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for Danny?
Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
I'm going to St. Mark's. Put that on your billboard.
Clinical depression is an incredibly misunderstood illness in society today. Many people don't even realize that they are suffering from depression. So to be able to recognize when someone else is suffering is incredibly difficult. The signs of depression can also be different for each person. They may stop doing their schoolwork, have trouble getting out of bed, complain about going to practice or work. These may have been things that they used to be very conscientious about. They may experience a loss of appetite or may start eating excessively. They may want to sleep all the time, or they may have trouble getting to sleep. They may have no desire or interest to do anything, and that's unusual because maybe they were pretty social. They could seem moody and disagreeable all the time, and this is different from how they normally operate.
If you notice any of these symptoms, it might be time to have an honest conversation about suicide, about their depression, or any of the symptoms that they're having. If it's a child or a teen and they're coming to you as an adult with symptoms of depression or maybe even suicidal thoughts, it's important to know that it's not attention-seeking behavior. They're coming to you because they trust you and they may not know who else to go to. A common misconception about depression is that you have to be sad all the time, and that's not true. You can have depression and still laugh. You can have suicidal thoughts and still have times where you're feeling really happy. And many people with depression are also good at pretending everything is fine too. Something important to remember is that depression doesn't discriminate. You can be an all-star athlete, you can have everything going for you. You could have money, family, really good friends, a really well-paying job, a great routine, and still suffer from depression. Something I really want to promote is that just because your life seems really put together, it doesn't invalidate your symptoms or how you're feeling inside. This was the case for Sean, and it is for so many others out there who are struggling in silence.
The 6th annual SL24 Memorial Classic is being brought to you by BTL Foundation, the Cicero family, HFM Financial, Jersey Mike's, and the Platinum Dining Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get the second game of the night started, please put your hands together for Mr. Zach Ryan, the Executive Director of the SL24 Classic.
I am so grateful
to all of you for supporting this cause, Sean's House, Sean's Rooms, and SL24's mission to educate, assist, and support youth that are navigating their mental health journey. They're navigating it in darkness, and they need our light and support. This moment right now is important to SL24, the state of Delaware, the region, all of you, and in a personal way, it is important to me because my wife, Maggie, is expecting our first child in a couple of weeks. And I've been thinking about all the things I want to say to this child, and I finally wrote them down, and I hope it will mean something to everyone here. My dearest child, I want you to know that you are loved unconditionally. I've not met you outside of hearing your heartbeat or feeling your kicks and punches that keep your mother up all night. You owe her one for that. But the love is already there. You provide a unique light to my life and a path that has opened up my heart. You are going to add so much light to so many other people's lives. Please know that you're going to make mistakes. We will love you anyway. Please know that you might find yourself afraid or unsure of yourself. We're going to be on your team. We aren't trying to live your life or make you a certain way. We want to support you to become the healthiest version of yourself you can be. But when I think about the things you can inherit from me, it scares me a little bit. I don't mean how much diet soda I drank or how I never stretched before I exercise. Those are both bad things. Please do not do those things. No, it can keep me up thinking you will feel even just some of the feelings I have felt. I don't want you to feel the sadness I can feel. I don't want you to feel the self-doubt that I struggle with. And I don't want you to feel the anxiety that can paralyze my decisions. All of those things hurt. But life does have illness, and we cannot free ourselves from all pain. Please know that when I have been in these moments of depression and anxiety and stress, there have been people that I love or people with light that have helped me out. You, like everyone in this field house, are loved. To all of you here, please know that you have a light that the world needs. Someone loves you the way I love this child. The people that love you might not always know how best to express it, but it's there. There is someone right now at Sean's house with so much love and light in their heart that they have been trained to listen and offer up their vulnerability and tap into one of their most difficult moments to help you out of darkness. So everyone, the challenges we face with mental health can feel daunting as we keep learning more about it, and so many of us are trying to help others as we struggle ourselves. I believe our community understands what we face more today than we did 6 years ago. This classic, your presence here, are proof of that. I want to thank you on behalf of my family, Maggie, and the whole SL24 team. Thank you. We love you no matter how you are feeling, and thank you for your support of the SL24 Classic. Have a good night, and good luck to both teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Mr. Zach Ryan. Chris, you going? Is Chris going? Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please welcome to the floor Sean's father, the founder of the SL24, your friend, our friend, my friend, Mr. Chris Locke.
Thank you. It's amazing seeing the lights up already. I haven't even asked anybody to put the lights on. So if I could ask each of you to turn your lights off for a minute. We'll get there. We'll get there, I promise you. If you can turn it off, that'd be great. Thank you. Dark. When we were children, we were afraid of the dark. Our parents give us a nightlight so that we can feel safe. When we are in the dark, we are always looking for the light. Depression is a disease. John, I need you to hold my light. Sorry. Thank you. Depression is a disease. Those who suffer are in the darkness. Imagine going through your life in darkness, not knowing where the light is. It takes the average person 11 years to seek help for depression. Imagine being in the dark for 11 years. SL24 is about helping young adults who are in the darkness to help them find the light. The darkness took my son Sean and so many others that we love here in this room. They could not see the light out of the darkness. SL24 started with one light. A person. He had an idea. Unite basketball with a discussion about mental health. And then that light spread from one light to all of Sean's friends and family, who became another light. And then that light spread to the leaders of the community that said, enough is enough. Let us help those that are in darkness. And now, for all of you, then that light spread to all of you. Light up your lights. You are now all the ray of light to help that person out of darkness. That person may be your brother, your sister, your mother, your father, your friend, or maybe the person that is sitting next to you this evening. Through your lights, we are able to take an idea, Sean's house, and make it a reality, where over 24,000 people have walked through the front door, where 4,500 have used our Peer 24 program, and 107 young adults have been saved from a suicidal situation. All of you have helped those young adults find the first ray of light to the room filled with all the lights we see tonight. One light started SL24, but now SL24 is energized by thousands of lights like we see tonight. All of you are part of the solution. All of you will help those fight the darkness. Your lights will lead them home. All of you are part of Sean's team. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. God bless to each and every one of you. Have a wonderful evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Mr. Chris Locke.
St. Mark's, we understand the unique power of each student. We pride ourselves on offering limitless opportunities for all students, from our strong academic programs to faith formation to the fine and performing arts to extracurricular clubs, activities, and athletics. But despite all these resources, we understand that some students will still fight with darkness. And that's why Sean's House is so important, because every student needs a team of light.
Tavernic Rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
The 6th annual SL24 Memorial Classic is being brought to you by CBM Insurance, DSM Commercial, High Five Hospitality, and iHeartRadio.
From the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware, it's the 6th annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. 1 game down, 7 more to go. 1 more tonight as St. Mark's takes on DMA. It's Sean Locke's alma mater. Getting started in just a moment. I'm Scott Klatskin alongside a former coach of Sean Locke's and a former teammate of Sean Locke's, Barnett Harrison. What a great start it was with Padua winning a close one against the St. Mark's girls team. We are excited to get the boys game underway in just a moment, but a moment ago, such strong and powerful words from Sean's father, Chris Locke.
Well, I've known Chris an awful long time, and his words are so meaningful to me. I had the great opportunity of coaching Sean for 4 years at St. Mark's, and there was never a better team player or person than I had the opportunity to coach. And Chris has just followed along after the awful tragedy in 2018 to raise this to such a magnificent level and helping so many people.
We got a basketball game to be played, but here's how you can donate to the cause. It's why we are here. Unlockthelight.com/donate. Also givebutter.com/SL24 Classic. And throughout the program tonight, you'll see a QR code that you can scan with a link to donate. It is a heck of a basketball game we've got for you tonight as Delaware Military Academy and St. Mark's Spartans both double digits in the win column. St. Mark's 12-2, Delaware Military Academy 10-5. Coming to this, what a turnaround it's been for DMA. When we broadcasted this game a season ago, they were struggling a bit, and already 10 wins on the campaign in 2024.
Well, Fran Papullo's done a great job in his first year. This team is led by Gabriel Smith. This guy is a really interesting player, a little unorthodox. He's got a lot of different actions to his game. He can shoot the three. He's terrific in the open court, and he's a very clever defender, and this is going to be a great matchup.
And we're going to take a pause for playing of our national anthem. When we come back, it'll be tip-off Game 2 of the SL24 Memorial Classic.
Competition, we ask you to bless all of our athletes, coaches, referees, and spectators. Preserve us from harm, and may your Holy Spirit inspire us to treat one another with dignity and respect. May we accept victory with humility and defeat with honor. May we pray for all those who are suffering with mental illness and those we have lost to mental illness. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please stand, remove your hats, as our colors are presented by the DMA Honor Guard. At this time, performing our national anthem tonight will be members of the St. Mark's Choir.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the
twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Once again, the St. Mark's Choir and the DMA Honor Guard.
A fantastic rendition of the national anthem by the St. Mark's Choir, and that means we are ready for tip-off. Game 2 of the night, 6 more tomorrow. This one closes out Friday night's action at the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. It is an honor to be with you as St. Mark's takes on the Delaware Military Academy. Let's get you the starters as they come out onto the floor. First, for DMA, the Seahawks record of 10-5, coached by Francis Papillo, Jackson Lennon, Nathan Golden, Antonio Allen, the sharpshooter from downtown, and Sean O'Connor. They join the superstar wearing number 3. That's Gabe Swift, averaging nearly 20 points per game. St. Mark's in their huddle, coached by Lonnie Wright, will come out with a starting 5 of Chase Wright, Allison Nadai, Damon Jones, Michael Friend, and Max Batten Nadai, only a sophomore, but averaging 13.2 points per game and 7 rebounds per contest. That's Nadai walking to the center circle.
Nadai's a terrific player. He has not started that many games this season, but he is a force when he comes in. Lonnie Wright has changed up this starting lineup throughout the season. Want you to watch 33 Friend. He can really play, a terrific on-the-ball defender.
I'm ready to see some high-flying action, Scott.
Well, you got a quick bucket. How about 4 seconds for you, Barnett Harris on the call with us, and Gabe Swift. He doesn't take long to get into the box score typically, averaging close to 20 double figures in 12 of 13 this year.
Guys, he's got a lot of different ways to score. He can score at all 4 levels, including the free throw line.
So the cup goes Batten, the 10th grader, getting his start tonight.
Batten is going to be a really good player. He has not started many games this season, but I'll tell you what, he's got a great post game and plays with a lot of intensity.
Nadai with the steal, and now a steal right back for Gabe Swift. Down the sideline, cut off by Friend, and Swift got one up towards the rim. We'll see if it was on the floor or an active shooting. I believe that's going to be a foul on the floor. It'll be Seahawks basketball.
Swift, of his 19.8 points a game, I bet you he gets at least 6 a game on steals. He's very clever in his defense. He'll shoot a lot of gaps, and he's got the back tap maneuver.
Quick inbound pass to Golden, defended well by Nadai, jump ball, and the arrow will go to the Spartans.
I think the team's got to settle in. There's a couple turnovers back and forth. They're excited. They're playing in front of a big crowd. Settle down, run your plays, execute, and then I think with time it'll come.
Guy gets the jump ball there. A lot of pressure, I think, for the St. Mark's Ball Club. You are representing Sean Locke's alma mater. You are the team that maybe the majority will be rooting for, only based upon the former player Sean Locke playing in the green and gold. It is a special night for St. Mark's, special night for everyone, so I agree with you, Barnett. Got to get settled in a bit.
Well, Lonnie Wright in his 3rd season has done a nice job. He's brought in some really good players. Chad Dole is a young man that I coached in our last year there. He'll come in off the bench.
Damon Jones controls. Spartans will get on the board.
I like the help defense by DMA. They play tough. They have their hands out.
And here's Swift again on the run out to the rim. He's got all 4 to stop.
Swift has great anticipatory defensive skills. He'll shoot a lot of gaps, as I mentioned, but he's really good at coming off the ball. What you've got to do is make him defend his man, run him off a lot of screens, because if not, he'll be really tough to deal with coming on the open side.
That's a smooth play right there. We got some action here today, Coach.
Nadai has excellent body control. He is a heavy right-hander, but he is really good on the offensive glass.
Here it comes. The show. Oh, he lost his footing. It counts for two either way.
Either way.
Barnett, you and I were excited for a dunk. Bill likes an old-fashioned layup. He was good with.
I was afraid he was going to break his ankle
off
as
the
he
window
went up
and
for
in.
that.
A misfire and crashing the offensive board is Gabe Swift. The die. Swift battling it out so far. Ahead of the pack to Friend, and a lot of contact, no whistle on that play as Allen trying to take a charge, and Friend instead got two.
Friend, known for his defense, is a really good passer, excellent free throw shooter, but he's gotten more involved in the offense in the last 5 games.
He can shoot the train ball, missed there, but has 25 on the season.
DMA not known for their long-range shooting early in the year. They've really developed that. Allen, Swift, and O'Connor have been really their primary long-range shooters.
And there's a jumper from three-point range for Allison Nadai, his 10th of the season.
And Nadai can step out and shoot the three. He's got excellent range, got a great lower body, and look for him to be one of the great players in the state in years to come.
It was 4 straight for Swift. Now a contested jump shot. St. Mark's on a 7-0 run.
St. Mark's is really good on the defensive glass. They're long, they're aggressive, and they're very athletic.
So we talked about settling in. Didn't take a long time for St. Mark's to do just that. Batten gets the roll, and the 10th grader puts him up by 7. And that's enough for Francis Papillo. He's going to make a substitution as Nathan Golden is on the deck. He'll get looked at. But what a start for St. Mark's coming out. We're at St. Mark's night, the first night of a 2-day tournament here, the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. As you can see, Batten get the shot to fall. He got a nice look from the elbow there. Only 4 points per game on the season, halfway there after that one. We're talking about Sean Locke and UnlockTheLight.com. Of course, Sean Locke was a former homecoming king, voted best all around. If you're going to get an accolade in high school, best all around, that's pretty darn good, and he certainly was the best person to be around, but not many knew his struggles, and unfortunately he lost his life and took his own life in 2018. And since then, co-founder Chris Locke, who we heard from prior to the game, has been making a difference with Unlock the Light Foundation and Sean's House, and that's why we're here today, to play a basketball game. It's why we're here tomorrow to see 6 of them, but it's to raise funds and awareness for mental health. And you can donate by scanning that QR code on your screen or going to unlockthelight.com/donate. After the stoppage, back in action here. Nadai too late to get to that one. O'Connor with his first 2. He had 33 points in the last 4 games.
I'm sorry, these teams don't seem to run the offenses. It seems to just let the players play, and the refs are allowing them to play. So this seems to be going to be a physical, high-paced, high-action game.
How about Max Batten? He's got 4 in a row for the Spartans. Big body inside.
And Batten is going to be a terrific player. He uses his body well. He's very aggressive, has a jump hook to his left shoulder and a drop step to his right shoulder. Lonnie Wright really being emphatic over there with his team, encouraging. They're very physical. They want to play a high-paced game, as does DMA. But I don't think DMA wants to engage in the kind of game that St. Mark's wants them to play.
Quick call on the traveling violation there, but a turnover for DNA. They're going to try to go back into Batten, but another steal for Swift. An array of dribbles, maybe one too many, and it's stolen right back. Nadai, a ball fake to the left hand. Can't get a grip of it, rebounded, and he'll get it back, and another try goes through this time for Nadai, who's making his way already close to double figures. He's got 9 of St. Mark's' 15, and a timeout taken by Coach Papillo for DMA.
Well, Chase Wright, the coach's son, has really developed his game over the last couple of years. He is a great passer. There's Nadai trying the left hand. He had Wright early on, and Wright makes a great return pass after the rebound. But Wright is a very good long-range shooter. He can handle the ball, though they let Friend typically do it. But he is an excellent shooter, and Coach Wright is over there being very aggressive, coaching his team up.
Didn't take Nadai long to get involved in St. Mark's basketball. 29 points in his debut versus Dickinson. He had a double-double in that one. 29 points, 10 rebounds. That sounds like some stats that Barnett Harris will be putting up in Monroeville, Pennsylvania during your high school career, huh?
Little Gateway Gator action occasionally. I've had a couple games that way.
Quadruple doubles, probably. They had to change some rules, I'm sure, when you were playing at Gateway High School.
Against the Penn Trafford Warriors, I put up some numbers like that.
Shout to the Warriors. Just getting strays tonight from Barnett Harris. After the timeout, Swift trying to get back into it. And a foul on the floor.
The loss of Nate Golden as he left the floor there, not only is he a senior and experienced player, but he gives them some size inside. And this big front line of St. Mark's loves to attack the offensive glass. They'll take some questionable shots, but it's because they can get to the glass.
Good take that time. High off the window from Lennon. And that's what Coach Papillo needed from his squad there.
Lennon has been developing his game as the season's going on. Known as a three-point shooter earlier in the season, now has developed that drive, and I think that's really complemented his long-range shooting.
Chase Wright. Try to get it inside that time, and a turnover. It'll go to DMA. Chase Wright, no stranger to the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. He's played over the past couple of seasons. Had a good one a year ago, averaging almost 10 points per game this year. Now as a senior. Want to get Swift involved, leading scorer on his team. He's got the ultimate green light, misses there. Crashing was Lennon, but he couldn't hold on.
They've decided to start Damian Jones on him, and Jones is known as a defender, a senior. He's long, he's athletic, he can stay in front of Swift. Most of Swift's actions to score are going to be drive with his right hand and work the dribble to his left up into his mid-range shot, and Jones has done a great job of defending.
That first step, my friend just couldn't finish. Foul on the floor will go against DMA as Nadai gets another rebound. He's got 9. This one will be inbound along the baseline.
And this is going to be the issue for DMA, is how are they going to win the battle on the defensive glass. This St. Mark's team is long. They send multiple players to the glass.
Three-pointer on the way from Wright. Another offensive rebound. Bat with the putback. No. Nadai. Third try doesn't go for St. Mark's, and now a foul on the floor as Cowan came in and got the rebound.
DMA has to get their body into the St. Mark's big men because they keep giving up these offensive rebounds. But if you box out and go body to body and move them out the paint, you have a better chance of getting the rebound because they don't match up height-wise.
Long three on the way. That was partially blocked as we go into 2 minutes. St. Mark's up by 7.
St. Mark's typically runs a 5-out offense with cutters, and occasionally they'll post up Batten on one of the low blocks.
And Nadai got in there. He's in double figures now. He's outscoring DMA himself. 11 points for the big fella. Impressive. He's only a sophomore for Coach Wright's squad. Now DMA needs some answers. They'll find their offense. It was Swift who had 4 quick ones. And now a cross-court pass thrown away. Chase Wright on the run out.
Well, Wright being the veteran, read that pass coming out of the corner. You never want to throw it from deep corner to the top of the key. He's very aggressive and anticipatory.
Another miss from DMA. Tracking down a rebound. Swift attacking the rim. Using the right hand +1. Gabe Swift has 6 and a chance for his 7th at the line.
Is that Gabe Swift or Jason Williams? I can't tell. He's a smooth player out there, Scott.
Let's watch it again here as he was able to go to the right hand with a wraparound.
Swift has excellent body control as he exhibited there. He's got a wonderful first step, very quick, very aggressive, unafraid of taking contact inside.
Sadly, Barnett, there are many people watching this video that does not understand your reference to Jason Williams, one of the best ball handlers in NBA history for the Sacramento Kings and my favorite player of all time. So I appreciate the reference as Jason Williams got a handle quite like Gabe Swift, and Swift gets the free throw to drop. Of course, we're here as St. Mark's turns it over. Watching the St. Mark's Spartans. They're the alma mater of Sean Locke. Played for St. Mark's, one of the top players in the state of Delaware. Played some baseball too, where he was a star on the St. Mark's team. And we are here to raise awareness for the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation and Sean's House. Make sure you donate at SL24Momorial.com/donate. Runner minute, another steal off the bench and into the action. Chad Dole lays it up and through.
Chad Dole, another one of the St. Mark's seniors, a great defender, a terrific spot-up shooter. He's going to West Point, guys. And he's a fantastic soccer player, but I found out he's going to West Point to run track.
He does it all, it sounds like. So I thought you were going to say he's a fantastic soccer player. We're going to play some hoops at West Point. He does it all. Track, basketball, and soccer for Dole. And a foul on the inside. Christian Taylor, if you watched St. Mark's play a season ago in this SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic, you'll remember Christian Taylor's name because he led the team. He had 19 against DMA in last year's Classic.
Taylor has started about half the games, but his utilization has been down. This depth that Lonnie Wright has created, bringing in these players, he's got to play a lot of them, so that has diminished some of the time for Christian Taylor, who I really like his game. A big body guy, a good left shoulder turn inside, and plays very physical defense.
24 seconds left in the first quarter here, and he's going to get some more time, Will Taylor, because 3 fouls on Michael Friend, a big ball player, good rebounder for this team. He's going to have to sit out a little bit as there's a stoppage on the floor with the official score, St. Mark's 21 and DMA 11. There is a stoppage on the floor, which allows us to talk a little bit more about these 2 days here at the Chase Fieldhouse. We're raising funds. Last year, over $525,000 raised over 5 years. The total is up over $1.6 million. Your donations, plus the online auction, merchandise, ticket sales, it all goes directly to help support and fund Sean's House and the SL24 Foundation. For more information, you can visit unlockthelight.com. If you're watching tonight, couldn't make it out, maybe you're coming tomorrow, we'd love to see you here. Think about donating if you've got it. Every little bit counts. A ticket tonight, $10, $15, so it goes a long way. If you have it in you, you can scan that QR code or head to unlockthelight.com/donate. Wasn't sure what the stoppage was for there. Taylor makes the first free throw, knocks in the second as well. The team's second leading rebounder. Player came out of the game, and we're back in action with the score 23-11.
Well, for DMA to battle back in this game, Gabriel Swift is going to have to do a lot. He's got to be able to drive it, shoot some threes, and look for him to create some more offense from his defense.
Swift at the buzzer, can't get it to drop, and a great first 8 from Sean Locke's alma mater. It's the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic, and second quarter action coming up from Wilmington.
Jersey Mike slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for Danny?
Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Billboard.
The 6th annual SL24 Memorial Classic is being brought to you by Kevin and Marion Healy, the Marta Shelley Restaurant Group, Nemours, and Salesian.
Second quarter of basketball coming up. What a start for Sean Locke's alma mater, the St. Mark's Spartans. They're up 23-11 Your thoughts on the first, guys, as we get into second quarter action?
I think I just want to see DMA run and try to execute some plays. They've been playing this freewheeling offense. It hasn't really worked out for them. I think I want to see them run some plays, just so you can see the ball go through the hoop. And St. Mark's continue to play the way they're playing.
Well, the difference is St. Mark's defense has really been on point. Outside of the bank three from the deep corner, but they've played very aggressively. Their length has really bothered DMA.
Allen's 26-3 of the season the other way. Nadai has had the hot hand. He stays hot in quarter number 2.
Well, Nadai runs the court extremely well. His teammates know how to look for him. He can finish inside, though he has missed a few, but he is so physical and takes up a lot of space.
Nadai's got 13, only one fewer than the entire DMA team.
Coach, one thing I wouldn't do if I was DMA is press. They can't keep up with the pace of St. Mark's, and it's leading to easy layups and easy scores when they put that pressure. I understand you want to force some turnovers to try to get back into this game, but if anything, maybe have a half-court to three-quarter press, more so just to have them kill time rather than to force a steal.
The beauty of St. Mark's with their length, they can throw the ball over the top, and this is not a tall DMA team that's out on the court. What they want to do at half-court is let Swift be disruptive, which he can be, as earlier on in the game he had 2 steals.
Allen made a 3. Got too close that time. He likes to hang out beyond the arc, where he's made 26 on the season. Missed the layup there, and St. Mark's with an 11-point lead. Will operate inside to Taylor. That's a big body inside. Good defensive effort from the Seahawks.
That was a wonderful pass from his teammate, fellow senior Damian Jones, who did a nice step around. Taylor just a little too fast around the basket.
Swift crashing in, letting him play here.
And that's his game. He loves to draw fouls. He's been very successful at that throughout the year. High volume free throw shooter because of his aggressiveness attacking the basket.
He's taken 53 free throws on the season. Thought we were going to see 54, 55 there, but no whistle. Right on the other side, Taylor and O'Reilly. Back to right. Smart move finding Nadai at any point in time, as he can go to work and do just that. He is up to 15 points.
Body advantage, size advantage, skill advantage, and Nadai and his teammates know how to look for him. Chase Wright, known for his long-range shooting, is also a very fine and willing passer.
Massey can't get that one to go, and right now, St. Mark's just dominating the glass.
Yeah, DMA is just as cold as Chicago is from 3. I think they need to drive the lane, try to draw some fouls to see something go through the hoop.
You would know Barnett Harris making your way here for this very special event, the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic, all the way from Chicago. That's just how much Sean Locke meant to you. They'll wave that one off. Let's talk about your journey here and why you're here, why it's important to be here.
It's important. I love this organization. I love what it stands for. I was fortunate enough to play with Sean at the University of Delaware for 3 years. He was a close friend. I'm on the board of the SL24 Foundation along with Coach Harmon. And so it's near and dear to my heart. And any chance I get to support and help out, even if I get to hang out with you two and call a few great high school basketball games, what more could you ask for?
It's great to have you here, Barnett, former teammate of Sean Locke. Sean Locke, of course, the reason why we're here, to remember, to celebrate his life, and in his memory, make differences for others and remove the stigma of those fighting darkness like Sean was. We're here for the Sean Locke SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic and Unlock the Light Foundation and Sean's house. As Christian Taylor gets the left side, put back from right, doesn't go. Almost another offensive rebound. Battling inside is Massey. I love the effort. And now DMA is trying their best to get possession of basketballs after Newsom. And another turnover. DMA just sped up right now.
They've been playing much too fast. Though they want to play an up-tempo game, unfortunately, St. Mark's can play it better than they can. So they need to slow it down. They need to get the ball in Swift's hands, let him create, which he can do, and try to get some splitting kicks to Allen, who's had a great long-range shooting season so far.
Almost halfway through the second quarter of basketball. It's been all St. Mark's. Dole, nice entry. Even better block. Jackson Lennon got a piece of that one. And they're going to call a foul, though. So it'll send Taylor to the free throw line. A pause in the action allows us to talk about this auction that we got going on. Beautiful pass by Dole. And whoo,
I thought that one was clean.
As a big fella, Barnett, it's frustrating when you see what you think is a clean block and the big guy gets called for the foul. A missed free throw by Christian Taylor there. How about this auction we've got? We've got vacations to the Caribbean. We've got Phillies VIP tours. The Rolling Stones are coming to the area soon. We got concert tickets, baseball autographs, Jimmy Rollins, Alec Baum, Zach Wheeler, NFL autographs, Brandon Graham, Brian O'Neill from Salesian, Troy Reader from Salesian. Last time I mentioned Isaiah Pacheco. You guys talked about the Chiefs Super Bowl chances for 8 minutes, so I'll stray away from that. But up to $14,000 raised already on the online auction. You can check out those items at unlockthelight.com to bid on some great items raising funds for Sean's house. Corner three, good from Tariq Warner.
Scott, that was a hand down, man down. He was able to line that up, and he had all day to shoot it. If you're DMA, you got to get a hand up and force him to drive.
How about the confidence from a freshman?
Well, I've seen him do it. I've scouted St. Mark's 3 times, and I'll tell you what, this Warner's going to be a fantastic player. St. Mark's loaded with young talent.
He had 11 in the game versus Charter of Wilmington and against Red Lion. A traveling violation that time from the man they call Ace Odamosu, the 11th grader, averaging about 6 points per game, but he turns it over there. A timeout on the floor with 3:26 left to go, and you can see a little shuffle on the feet.
He got excited. He thought maybe I'll drive and get a wham bam thank you ma'am. And his feet moved faster than the ball moved.
And he heads back to the bench with the turnover. Scott Klaskin, Barnett Harris with you, former teammate of Sean Locke at the University of Delaware. Bill Harmon, former coach of Sean Locke when he was lighting things up at St. Mark's. And he was a heck of a ball player, was Sean Locke. He graduated in 2012. First freshman in St. Mark's history. That's a storied history for the Spartans to start on the varsity basketball team as a freshman, one of the all-time leading scorers for St. Mark's all-time. We talk about a 9th grader just scoring by Tariq Warner. Sean Locke was doing that as well as a rookie.
He had such a beautiful shot so early on in his career. He showed up, Scott, to a summer league game, and we needed a couple extra players. He stepped on the court. This is before he had actually come to St. Mark's. It's the summer before his freshman year. And I'll tell you what, he had absolutely no fear, guys. He took a couple threes, and I was kind of thinking, uh-oh, we'll have to talk to him. Yet they went in. And I love Sean from the moment I met him. He had a great attitude, always loved to work on his game, incredibly coachable, and a great teammate and leader. And we won a lot of games with Sean Locke.
Long three as we get back into action, approaching the 3-minute mark here in the first half. DMA in some trouble, both in the game and on that play. As another timeout is called, just trying to possess the basketball by Amir Massey, the 11th grader. We talk about Sean Locke. We remember him. We love him. One thing that I always loved was when I first got started as the voice of the Blue Hens, he would always come over to the table and chat with you, Bill. He would talk to me, big smile on his face. He made everybody that he interacted with feel like they were important, like they mattered, and he was just special in that way where if you were having a bad day, he would make that day much better. He would unlock your light just by coming over and talking with you. And now in his honor, he's got his house, a place to go where if you're having a bad day, Sean's house can help you out. Over 24,000 visitors to Sean's house in Newark since it opened on September 24th. 2020, and we're here over the next couple of days to raise funds and awareness, and you can donate by using that QR code on your screen so that we can have programs that can help the community just as Sean helped everybody that he came across feel better.
If you're DMA, coach, what do you think? It's anything. Drive and get a lane. I was going to say I would have liked to see him run like a 1-4 high, allow the guard to go off whatever screen or maybe like a driving kick, just to force St. Mark's to make a decision. Are they going to switch? Are they going to try to fight through? And if there's no talking or a little bit of confusion, as DMA gets a turnover, then maybe you get an easy bucket or draw a foul.
Couple of ones inside back-to-back for DMA as they slowly try to crawl back into this one.
St. Mark's is very aggressive in their exterior defense, and when you get that, you need to drive the ball, and they've done that successfully, once for a score immediately and the next for a drop-off pass. Swift is very good at that. Look for him to be the initiator.
A corner three from Warner. He made one from the left side, and the freshman knocks down another from the right.
Mama, there goes that man. He
Warner
is
has never
heating up.
found a shot he didn't like, guys. I've watched him. He actually they were down to Laurel at home by 12 points, and they inserted him in the second half, and he had 8 points in the third quarter to bring him back, which they eventually won.
Swift wanted the foul there. Remind you of another youngster, a freshman that never saw a shot he didn't like.
The only difference was Sean was a righty.
And an offensive foul going to be called against Michael Friend.
That was a great charge taken. I love whenever a player takes a charge. Sacrifice for your team, and it'll lead to a turnover, and you get some hustle points. Who doesn't like hustle points?
I may have misspoken. I do want to correct myself. In the first quarter, I was giving foul. I was reading the scoreboard and gave a friend 3 fouls. We have very unofficial stats here at the Chase Fieldhouse, so we'll check on that at the half to see just how much foul trouble Friend is in. But I could have been right. They are showing on the board that it is his 4th foul, so if that is accurate, Friend might be on the bench for a while. A little Euro step, Gabe Swift.
And that's what he does so well, guys. He's able to create some angles in the lane. He is a very clever finisher with both hands, underhand, overhand, and likes to draw contact as well.
He's up to 8. Still a 15-point deficit for DMA. And now a back tap from Swift.
Cookies.
Here comes Gabe. Dole the trail man, 4 in a row for Gabe Swift.
Scott, he just reached in the cookie jar and grabbed that. And this game's far from over. As we saw earlier, if they can get another bucket or two, cut this to a 10 to 8 point game going into the half, they're in good shape.
Barnett, I think the 3 of us could still play if we were allowed to make these Euro steps that are going on out there. I don't know what constitutes a travel anymore, but a really nice backdoor pass there to Nadai, who, as we remarked earlier, got the team off to a great start. He's very physical inside. He can shoot the 3, good passer. Very difficult to block out on the offensive glass.
Nadai at the free throw line, having a very good first half of basketball. He's on his way to 30 tonight. He had 29 against Dickinson. Already up to 16 points in this one, and another rebound for St. Mark's. It's going to be difficult to come back into the basketball game if you're unable to rebound against a bigger, stronger St. Mark's ball club.
Especially with the loss of Golden early on to that ankle injury, lower body. They've had trouble on the glass. They've just got to try to out-tough them, make some tough guy plays, as you mentioned, Barnett, with the charge and others. They've got to be first to the floor. They've got to be able to block out more physically than they have.
27 ticks left in the first half. Nadai to the post this time. Another offense rebound for the Spartans. It's Batten, a miss. Nadai, a follow.
Batten gets himself well positioned. He's a long sophomore, plays very actively. He's going to be a really good player for Lonnie Wright, especially complementing Nadai inside. Those 2 big bodies are tough to deal with. Very few teams in the state have 2 big men of that skill level and that size.
And St. Mark's is winning as we see a good drive by DMA. St. Mark's is winning the body matchup. They are attacking the glass. They are getting bodies on DMA, and they're jumping first. They want it more, it seems like.
At the free throw line, Shannon Cowan, the 11th grader, twice in double figures on the year. He had 10 points in the opener against Odyssey Charter 2 games ago. He had a good game against First State Military. That's got to be a big rivalry. Delaware Military Academy versus First State Military Academy.
You've been away from the high school ranks for a while, Scott.
I have.
Some of these
There's
new programs.
New teams. That is for sure. Showing my age. 6 seconds left for Warner. Warner not showing his age. He's a youthful shooter. He's knocked in 2 threes. Can't get one to go there. And Nadai, one of his only misses as we close out the first half. Quick thoughts, guys, before we send it to the half.
Too much size, too much skill. The up-pace game favors St. Mark's. Gabriel Smith is going to have to will them back with a lot of defensive plays and those drives that we've already witnessed several times here in the first half.
All right, we'll take a timeout. SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. More coming up next.
Mental health for athletes is unique because you got to balance a bunch of things.
Your social life and your priorities, so like school and sports.
Homework after school, practice, how they perform in games, like they might feel stressed about it.
You're expected to be able to put 100% on the field, 100% in the court, 100% in your classroom, and I think that's an expectation that really pushes student athletes away from finding help.
Learning how to deal with pressure from both sides, like academically and athletically.
Athletes go through being yelled at a lot. Coaches can put a lot of pressure on you, your parents even, and yourself mostly.
People like text you on social media saying like, why did you lose, or how did you lose, or what happened in the game, and you have to sometimes repeat the same thing, and it makes you think about like why you lost, and you can get down.
So it's just all piling up, and I feel like we have it maybe a little worse than others, so I think it's important for us to talk about it and have an outlet.
We struggle with opening up about our emotions and our well-being, because we feel like as athletes we're supposed to take that on to the chin and keep pushing for it each day.
They'll have a lot of opinions from other schools or people about their performance in games, and that can impact how they personally view themselves.
There's usually a lot more than you see than just on the court. There's a lot of stuff in the locker room, a lot of stuff at home that you don't get to see.
The status quote of an athlete is that they're strong and they don't show emotion, which is not true behind closed doors, something that we need to take seriously.
Feeling alone and not having support on and off the court, sometimes they feel like people don't understand, or maybe people don't go through what they're going through.
You can almost approach your mental health as a sport. That's the first thing you need to train your brain, you need to be prepared, and I think that a lot of people will put training themselves for a sport, the pressure of their family and coaches before bettering themselves.
We hold a lot of things in that we need to share with somebody that we trust, and we should be our own advocate, and we should speak up and express how we feel, because it is important for us to get help.
You're watching the 6th Annual SL24 Memorial Classic. You can donate and help continue to raise awareness surrounding mental health at unlockthelight.com/donate, givebutter.com/SL24Classic, or scan the QR code with your phone.
Sometimes all you need to change your life is a sign. Like an actual sign that's like above you. And no, I don't love B-dubs just because I'm a buffalo with wings. Frankly, that's offensive and reductionist. It's like they made beer into a place and gave that place sports and chicken wings. And the people, the best. Marty! You're dead weight! Yeah, this place is kind of like heaven. You know, without needing to get hit by a bus. Let's go sports bar!
Connection is important when someone in your life is struggling with depression, suicidal thoughts, or a challenging time. Connection can be something as simple as sending a text, sitting next to someone on the couch, or making a phone call. If you're the one that's struggling, it may be the last thing you want to do to connect with someone else. But more often than not, it can improve your mood and well-being, so it's worth giving it a shot. If connecting with others seems overwhelming, know that you can always take small steps. Rather than isolating yourself in your room, try going to the library to study. Though you always have options, whether it's coming to Sean's house, visiting a therapy dog, or even sitting next to the couch with someone. Remember that you always have options, whether it's coming to Sean's house to visit one of our pet therapy dogs, or sitting to the couch next to someone. Being in the presence of others can make a big difference.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
Jersey Mike slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for
Danny? Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Welcome to the award-winning Lighthouse Cove Event Center in Dewey Beach, the Mid-Atlantic's premier wedding venue destination, offering beach-inspired weddings, receptions, and special events on the Rehoboth Bay. Whether it's simple and understated or grand and elaborate, Lighthouse Cove Event Center delivers a once-in-a-lifetime wedding experience.
My mental health journey here started my freshman year. I was a freshman at UD during COVID, so I was completely virtual, and I was home for fall semester, which was really hard on my mental health, and just being in that like isolated frame when I'm supposed to be having like my first college experiences. Once I was here for spring semester, even though everything was still virtual, I came to the house to meet a pause dog because I missed my dog back at home. And being here was really amazing because everything was still online. I didn't really know anybody yet. And just being in a place where there were other people was really great. One time that really made me realize the impact of this house was meeting with somebody who had also lost their brother. I lost my brother in 2009, and meeting with somebody who was fresh into college and wasn't really sure how to navigate this new adulthood without her brother was really a profound experience for me. I saw how I could use my experience in grief and my healing journey. I lost my brother Justin in 2009. He died from an overdose. So that was, I was 8 years old at the time, and so I didn't know any of that information until years later. What happened that day is different than what I know now. That still is like a really pivotal day in my mind. Seeing everybody and seeing my parents in such a vulnerable state. You know, I was so young that a lot of it didn't really connect for me. My brother was involved in substance use at a young age, so he wasn't around much for a lot of my early childhood. But I still connected with him, loved him, saw him at every Christmas, every holiday. So losing him was very isolating in the sense that I didn't know anybody else around me who had went through what I did. Working at Sean's house has been really amazing because I was able to use my lived experiences like the death of my brother to help other people in the area. Any of those areas that I had experienced, it was really amazing to connect with people in this area who were also struggling. When I first came to the house, I was coming to see a therapy dog. I wasn't coming to talk to anybody, but stepping through that door was so hard. Even though I had had a background in mental health, even though I knew the impacts of mental health and substance use and how important it was to have services like this, it was still so hard for me to come to a place like this and actually receive those supports as a freshman in college, coming into a place I'd never been before.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
Jump around, jump around, jump up and get down. Jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 jump.
I'm going to St. Mark's. Put that on your billboard.
When talking to a person who is depressed or suicidal, it's crucial to approach the conversation with empathy and understanding. Let the person know that you're here to listen and that you're not going to judge them for what they're going to say. Use open body language, maintain eye contact, and give them your full attention. If the word suicidal is said, try to maintain your composure. Having a strong reaction to something they say might make them feel like you can't handle the conversation or like they need to take care of you. Instead, just listen and have a neutral expression. Let them know that you are there to support them and they can count on you during this difficult time. A simple statement like, "I'm here for you, we'll get through this together," can convey your support. While being sensitive, it's important to ask direct questions about their feelings and thoughts. For example, you might say, "I've noticed you've been going through something. Do you want to tell me about what's bothering you?" Avoid minimizing their feelings. Resist the urge to say, "You have everything going for you," or "It's just a bad day." Although well-intentioned, this might make them feel like you're invalidating them, like they're not being heard. Instead say, "This must be extremely difficult for you. Thank you for trusting me and coming to me and talking about it." Another thing to consider is try reflecting back what you hear them saying. "It sounds like you've been going through this for a long time all by yourself. That must have been really difficult." A conversation like this might be emotional and exhausting and challenging, but realize that even if you don't know the exact thing to say, your listening to them alone can be very powerful, supportive, and helpful.
Tavernic Rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people through my kids, through my wife, through family, through friends. I'm open about my previous struggles. I kind of hid my recovery days because it wasn't accepted. Any one of my successes today are because I faced my fears and I wanted to make a change. This is a great resource for many kids to get a second start, a second chance, and to face their mental health issues.
Sean's house, Pier 24, the warehouse, I was attracted to it automatically because the emphasis is teen engagement and leadership. The engagement that we've had when it comes to training, when it comes to being with peers, or when we did healthcare theater and interaction, that's really what drew my attention to Sean's house.
It's a place where teens can interact and have fun. They offer snacks and juice and board games, quality time for each other. So it's more so like a safe space for teens. Not only they're helping teens like with their jobs and being able to develop professionally, they're also helping them with their mental health.
Whether it's relationships, whether it's friendships, whether it's identity, whether it's body dysmorphia, whether it's just going to school every day, learning, being a student, having a job. But when you're talking to someone who's close in age, someone who's dealt with that around the same time that you've dealt with that, it helps.
It's actually hard to communicate with adults as a teenager, so sometimes some teens can't communicate with parents or their family members or even some teachers or some other like higher ups that they may know.
Once teens step in and try to take action with improving people coming and trying to deal with their mental health, it'll help the world be a better place.
I want to be a peer supporter because I struggle with mental health myself. It's hard to communicate to adults, sometimes even to your closest friends, because there is certain things that you might want to keep to yourself or certain things that you feel as though that you shouldn't say to certain people.
Skill that I've learned in Peer 24 training, I would definitely say active listening. When you're talking to someone in general, when you're having open communication, whether it's in a session or you're just having a regular conversation, it is important when you're talking to someone about their issues or their problems, you're not listening to respond.
So I don't want anybody to go through what I have went through, like being quiet and keeping things in, because once everything builds up, it's really not a good feeling. And then once you break down, it's like, dang, I really wish that I should have talked to someone. So I've actually been in Delaware my entire life, and to know that they're actually doing something to help with mental health, something that a lot of people are struggling with, to be here front and center actually answering questions and to talk about mental health is a good thing for me. So I am proud.
Pushing mental health being cool, mental health being normal. It's important that it's shared. It's important that it's motivated in other people to do so, because when people feel like they can deal with their problems, a lot of problems won't be created.
Warden Taylor, LLC, real estate law firm, specializes in real estate settlements. Let us help you settle on the home of your dreams. Wills and trusts. Let us help prepare for you and your loved one's future. Business formations. Keep yourself and your business safe by forming an LLC or corporation with us. Warden Taylor, LLC. Bringing our experience to your experience.
Often we might notice or suspect someone we care about is hurting, but we don't know what to do or say. Frequently, when a person is suffering from depression, they are not thinking clearly and cannot see a way out of their pain or present situation. Let them know that you're there to support them and that you're going to listen to what they have to say. Saying phrases like, "Everybody has a bad day," "Look at all you have going for you," or "I'm sure it's not as bad as you think." Although well-intentioned, this can make a person feel guilty about the emotions that they are having and question, what's wrong with me? We want to make sure that we're validating their feelings and experiences and letting them know that we're there to support them. Instead, try using phrases like, "Sounds like that was really hard," "Thanks for coming to talk to me about it," or "Thank you for trusting me with this information. I'm sure it wasn't easy for you to talk about." Also, reflecting back to them what you hear them saying makes them feel like you're listening. An example of this could be, "So it sounds like you've been afraid to say this out loud to someone because of what they might think. It must have been hard to keep this all to yourself." These types of responses will make a person feel heard, and it will let them know that you are a safe person to talk to and that you are not going to judge them, but instead that you want to help give them the support that they really need.
Confiding in someone about suicidal thoughts is your first step in the line of suicide prevention and relieving the pain that you or a loved one may be experiencing. But there's other things that you can do to help those individuals aside from that conversation.
Marion Healy, the Marticelli Restaurant Group, Nemours, and Salesiana.
Sean Locke would be proud of the first half that his alma mater put together, 38-24, as we get second half action underway with a fresh starting five for Lonnie Wright's ball club. I'm Scott Klatskin, former coaches Sean Locke, Bill Harmon with us, an SL24 board member. Barnett Harris, also a board member, good friend and teammate of Sean Locke, with you for the second half of Game 2, Day 1. It's the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic, and St. Mark's rolling out a starting five that includes Chad Dole in the second half.
Well, they're going to give the senior a shot. He has not started this season, so this will be really the first time he started the second half. DMA switched to a zone here. You've got Golden back from being injured in the first half, so good to see them getting back one of their veteran players.
Golden had an ankle injury that we stopped action for in the first half, so I didn't know if we'd be seeing him again in this ball game. Toughing it out there, and then Batten gets called for the over the back. That's the third on Batten. He's made a difference in this game so far. What does DMA have to do to make this a ball game?
Well, they've got to take better care of the ball. They've got to get the ball in Swift's hands and let him create. And they've got to be more circumspect in their long-range shooting and do a great job on their defensive glass.
Particularly limiting St. Mark's to one shot. They can't allow them to...
Allen has great range. He's picked up his three-point shooting. Did not shoot a lot of threes early in the year. So this has really happened in the last 10 games.
Barnett, you were deep in thought, just so impressed by that all-in three that we didn't get to hear you finish.
Yeah, I would just say limit them to one shot. If they limit the offensive rebounds, they limit the chances of St. Mark's continuing to score and going shot for shot with DMA, where DMA needs to go shot, stop to get them to crawl their ways back.
Well, in the first game we saw, the girls' basketball game, St. Mark's was down by 11 at the half and came back to take a lead in the third against Padua. Padua went on to win the first one. So big third quarter needed here if DMA wants to do the same. It'll be O'Connor bringing the ball up the floor. Watch out for number 3 in white. That's Gabe Swift, averaging close to 20 points per game.
Running a little 1-4 action here. They'll do some baseline screens, setting up some driving angles, but they really like to get Swift the ball coming off that baseline screening action.
And one thing I'm seeing, Coach and Scott, on DMA, they switched to the zone. St. Mark's has maybe run 2 plays, as we see a nice drive and drawing the foul. St. Mark's has maybe run 2 plays, and you can't really run like a 5-out offense against a 1-2-2 zone. So it's forcing them to take awkward shots, and it's led to 2 consecutive stops. Now they have to convert on this side as O'Connor misses the first of 2, but they're getting the stops that they want, and they're forcing St. Mark's to play awkward offense.
Adjustment being made, described by Barnett Harris. O'Connor makes the second free throw. He's been playing well, 33 points over his last 4 games, and now he's got 5 in this one as DMA gets it to 10.
Well, they'll play 4 round 1 in their zone attack, and what they like to do is skip the ball to right on the weak side. Here they've turned it over on the strong side twice.
Zone working for DMA. And a 3-ball on the way it in from Allen. He's got 2 triples as DMA is cutting it closer. And a timeout taken by St. Mark's as Coach Lonnie Wright wants to talk things over. It's down to 7 now as DMA has found the spark from the senior Antonio Allen.
Well, he has been a wonderful shooter, as I mentioned, over the last 10 games from the long range. He's a catch-and-shoot player. He doesn't create off the dribble himself for his threes, but you've got to be very wary of him. He's got range, and his teammates will start to look for him. But he's had a terrific three-point shooting second half of the season.
He made 7 threes in a game against Queen Anne's County, a school out of Maryland, 5 against McCain, and he's got 3 so far tonight. He's got 2 in this half, and DMA is battling back. While Lonnie Wright talks to his squad, let's talk about the reason we are here. The SL24 mission to educate, assist, and create a safe haven where high school and college students can seek professional help and speak to peers about their struggles with your help and support. You see the QR code, scan it, or donate at unlockthelight.com/donate. We can continue to help remove the stigma of depression and make available the resources to get those that need help. The help that they need. The funds raised from this year's event will allow the foundation to keep providing services and developing Sean's House, an amazing spot that opened up in 2020. Also the Pier 24 program and Sean's Room located at St. Mark's High School, the Warehouse at Wilmington, and at St. George's High School, which we'll be playing tomorrow at this event. All great things, all thanks to those that are watching and donating as St. Mark's misses coming out of the timeout.
It's been one and done, too. They've done a really good job of defending their glass.
I don't know if Christian Taylor was set there, Barnett and Bill.
Well, if you watch St. Mark's play defense, Christian Taylor is their one guy that's willing to step in and draw charges. He's done it consistently throughout his career. He's a very physical player, fearless. did a wonderful job there of, I think, getting himself positioned. I happen to be a charge guy, not a block guy.
Yeah. Well, I think that's two. We didn't get to see the beginning of that play. The idea was there for Christian Taylor. It was a big body, but don't know if he got set in time. The break for St. Mark's is right to run the offense. Oh, beautiful form. Missing on the three, though, and now Taylor inside. An offensive rebound, a put back again, and the second try is good for Christian Taylor. He had 19 in this game a year ago, and you can see just why. A physical presence for the Spartans.
He is so determined inside. A good defender, willing to give up his body for his team, but he really works so hard positioning himself on the offensive glass, and they were in need of any type of bucket at that point. They're having trouble from outside. They're not doing any screening, not splashing to the ball. They're just going 4 around 1 and trying to skip the ball.
Christian Taylor had a double-double earlier in the season, 16 points, 10 rebounds against West Philadelphia. Makes the free throw, 7 points in this one for Taylor coming off the bench tonight. And Gabe Swift, with his team down 10, they have to get things going for the Seahawks.
Well, if anybody can do it, it would be Gabe Swift. He has a lot of dimensions to his game, a really good defender, loves to drive and create contact.
O'Connor passes man, slicing through, gets the roll inside. He's having a good second half.
O'Connor only a sophomore, a slow starter in the season. Got going in game 10, and he has really played well recently. A good defender as well.
Swift to the rim, gets it up and through. 4 straight for the Seahawks as they continue to cut it close.
Coach, if I'm St. Mark's, they have to figure out some cohesion with this 4-out 1 in. They're jumping before they're passing. It seems awkward. It seems forced and smooth as.
Or you could just skip it to the freshman and let him shoot a long-range 3 from NBA range.
You said smooth just as that jumper came off the hand of Tariq Warner, his 3rd 3 of the game. And as we've mentioned, only a freshman on this St. Mark's varsity squad. That was a big shot for St. Mark's when they needed it most.
He is a smooth criminal. Just lighting it up from the 3.
That's Tariq Warner wearing 21 for St. Mark's, a rookie. Twice in double figures. He's a point away from on a big stage getting there for the 3rd time in his young career. Under 4 minutes, 3rd quarter. O'Connor can't keep it going from long range, and now Warner on the glass.
If I'm St. Mark's, I'm feeding it back to Warner.
He's got it now. High dribbles. The youngster.
They may hold the ball out here and force DMA to come out and either trap them or play man-to-man, which would not be a bad strategy. Good call here by Coach Wright.
Nadai turns an open jump shot. He's yet to get going in the second half after 18 in the first. A 9-point lead for St. Mark's, but Swift to the rim. Contact. Good. +1. Gabe Swift.
So Nadai's played a great game. I didn't love that because there was no one in front of him. He could have took one dribble, maybe have gotten to the rim rather than take what I thought was a little bit of a forced shot.
And there was really no one underneath. This is Gabe Swift at his best, guys. He is such a fine driver of the ball, positions it well away from his body. He can take a hit and still get the shot up to complete a 3-point play.
Gabe Swift does just that. 16 for Swift. He averages 20. Double figures in 12 of 13 games this season. The one game that he didn't reach double figures. 4 points versus the Archmere Awks. So I'll ask you, Bill Hartman, what's the scout?
Well, I've kind of given it to you. You've got to avoid him defensively. You've got to stay in front of him. We decided we would give him a little bit of a 3-point shot and hope we could, with our length, contest him, but we were not going to give him any driving lanes. And the scouting report was when he's around you, you just got to get rid of the ball because he is so good with that back tap.
And a great defensive play that time by Golden. They're loving having him back in the lineup in this second half. O'Connor floats, Swift rebounds. Gets another.
Swift. It's Mr. Swift.
He's really engaged. He's out-toughing them right now. He's got great energy bringing his team back.
Thought Warner almost had another one to die. Won't be denied on the glass, but St. Mark's can't get it to go. A 4-point lead after leading by 14 heading into the locker room. We approach the 2-minute mark in the third. DMA crowd on their feet. Chan for some defense. They get some. It's a steal from Cohen. Ball loose. Dole almost got one, but a bumping foul on All-In. And Golden calling for some energy from the crowd for the Seahawks.
Coach, I think St. Mark's needs to run a play rather than just go out with this 4-out, 1-in. They got a couple threes and are getting offensive rebounds, but the offense seems stale.
Well, it was a great move by Coach Papillo to switch to the zone at the start of the second half, knowing, I think, St. Mark's DNA is not to slow it down and not to be circumspect. They're going to take a lot of questionable shots. They've done so, and DMA's done a good job on the glass.
That would have been a huge connection if it went through for Cowan. Has not made a three this season, but try to get one there. Left alone to die. How do you leave him? He misses the bunny, though. DMA on the run. All in to the rim. Reverse. Taylor a rebound. Ball knocked loose. Swift thought he got one there. A reach-in foul. Going to go against the leading scorer.
But look at his activity with his hands. He moves his feet well. He's always around the ball. He's got the back tap that we talked about. I'll tell you what, this guy is one of the most disruptive defenders in the state, and it's a little unorthodox at times, and that's why we really had to work hard in our scouting report to be sure we knew exactly the kind of maneuvers he makes. But I really like this young man. He plays extremely hard. He's the heart and soul of DMA.
For those who weren't following Bill Harmon, an assistant coach at Archmere, the team that held him under double figures, Gabe Swift. Here's Christian Taylor, right, a baseline drive. Beautiful drop-off to Taylor, and he was fouled.
What a nice play by Lonnie Wright, Chase Wright driving along the baseline. Typically not a good idea against zone because there's going to be an additional defender there, but Wright was very clever with that little pocket pass. Unfortunately, the shot was missed by Taylor, but Taylor's been a big influence in this game with his big body, his defense, his toughness, and his ability to play around the rim.
This is the free throw there. Reminds me of a guy that made a free throw in a NCAA tournament game against Michigan
You and I
State.
couldn't have been anybody else happier in the game for a team that we were rooting for to lose. Sean Locke.
Sean Locke came in and got one against Michigan State. What a moment that was.
Amazing time, man. He didn't let you not know that he scored in March Madness and will forever be in the record books.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, a guy wearing green made a lot of free throws too. In
my goodness!
And that's Adrian Payne, a travel violation.
But what a great experience for us all to be out in Spokane. You and I had a great time calling the game. I know Barnett, you being there was even better to play in it, but that was a terrific atmosphere.
It absolutely was out in Spokane, Washington, and we're here talking about Sean Locke and his alma mater on the floor, right to the rim. Fouled, he'll go to the free throw line for two more. We're raising money in his honor and his memory to remember Sean and to do things to help fight the darkness. Some very powerful words by his father, Chris, co-founder of Sean's House and the Unlock the Light Foundation prior to this game. And we remember why we are here, to have a team of light, a team full of family, friends, mental health specialists with a common goal to support those who are currently fighting their own darkness. We talk about Sean Locke and his spirit. It's SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. If you're moved to make a donation for those that need help fighting mental health, please do so if you can. UnlockTheLight.com/donate.
Barnett, what's your greatest memory of Spokane other than the fact you were playing in an NCAA game?
I just think the entire leading up to the game, just the few days leading up, we had a security detail just going through. I got interviewed, just going through the local newspaper, talking about, asking you what it feels like to play in March Madness. We stayed at the hotel with a couple other teams who were playing the same day. New Mexico State and Harvard stayed at our hotel. And just that whole atmosphere, just going to practice where people are watching you practice and then coming down, you're signing autographs. Just the whole environment, the whole few days leading up to the game was just an incredible experience and something I will remember forever.
I'm sure one of those autographs is available online at the silent auction. You can check out
should be.
UnlockTheLight.com. We got Brandon Graham's autograph, Brian O'Neill on the Vikings, Troy Reeder, played at Delaware, Salesianum, Isaiah Pacheco, Jimmy Rollins, And if it's not there now, Barnett Harris's autograph will be there by the end of the night. Head to unlockthelight.com. Already $14,000 raised on the online silent auction. Make sure you check that out. Nadai checking out his stats. He'll see a double-double when it's all said and done. Offensive board there and a putback. Back up to 7. Gabe Swift has 8 seconds to close out the third. Extra pass, Golden. Floating up and in. Beating the horn. A great executed play by DMA to end the third. It was 14 at the half. Now St. Mark's lead is only 5. Don't go anywhere. Not going to miss the fourth quarter of action here at the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. We will be back for an exciting final 8 minutes. Night 1, Chase Fieldhouse.
St. Mark's, we understand the unique power of each student. We pride ourselves on offering limitless opportunities for all students, from our strong academic programs to faith formation to the fine and performing arts to extracurricular clubs, activities, and athletics. But despite all these resources, we understand that some students will still fight with darkness. And that's why Sean's House is so important, because every student needs a team of light.
Tavernic Rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
The 6th annual SL24 Memorial Classic is being brought to you by TKO Hospitality, Ward & Taylor LLC, and Diamond State Financial.
You see Sean Locke celebrating the CAA championship, the game that led Delaware to the NCAA tournament. We just talked about Sean Locke playing against Michigan State, scoring in March Madness. And now we're here celebrating his life, remembering Sean, who took his life in 2018. And now to remember Sean, we've opened Sean's House in September of 2020. The Unlock the Light Foundation, raising awareness and support so we can remove the stigma of depression and make available the resources to get those the help they need. 8 more minutes, night number 1. We got a close one here, although it wasn't at the half. A comeback effort in the third by DMA makes it a 5-point game heading into the fourth.
DMA opened up this quarter with a set play for Gabriel Smith, a little screening action to a post-up. They did not see it was available. The ball was thrown off Chase Wright's back and went out of bounds.
Shot from Golden. He's back in the action after being injured in the first half, and he has been a difference maker.
He could barely walk, guys, over there. The training staff did a great job working on his lower body. A senior's got a lot of experience in big games.
Nadai, a big game player. He's got 23 after that one, an answer from the sophomore.
Well, the ability of Nadai to step out at range makes him really difficult to defend. You can put a big man on him. He can go by you or shoot the three, and you go inside with a smaller, quicker guy, plays to his strengths.
Cowan had a huge shot to beat the horn, but he turns it over there. Chase Wright on the fast break, started by Nadai, and Wright with the finish.
When Nadai's everywhere, he's been obviously their most valuable player here, not only scoring, but rebounding and his defense. That big body, he moves it extremely well for a sophomore.
Just don't want him to try to dunk it again.
He did have some trouble. That's the only trouble he's had all game, seemingly, in the first half. A miss from Gabe Swift, trying to get himself and his team going. Back down by 8.
That's Swift's favorite move. He'll drive right, and when he goes back to his left hand with a crossover, he's usually rising up into a shot after 1 or 2 dribbles. So if you had the scouting report on him, you can push up a little bit more and try to take that away. But I'll tell you what, this guy plays as hard as anybody in the state.
Extra pass, Nadai. Good defense again by Golden. He was fouled on the outlet try to Gabe Swift. And Golden really giving it his all out there. The 12th grader averaging just under 7 points per game.
DMA, not known as a shot-blocking team, but that time Baden came in from the weak side, and he utilized a shot fake. He would have been able to score or get fouled. He went right up and played into their hands. A nice timing block by Golden.
Now we'll bring the ball up the floor. Bringing Batten away from the rim. Now driving in deep, gets the elbow. All-In had a great start to the third quarter. Finds O'Connor. With dribbling that possession for DMA.
Talk about a little disjointed. I think that time they were just trying to play a little too much of an isolation game.
Batten might have gone away from the push there. Now he is fouled. The twin towers of Batten and Nadai, really difficult to match up with. Such size, you don't necessarily see that all the time at the high school level. And then back in the ball game is Michael Friend, who got himself into some foul trouble in the first half.
Not only are they big, Barnett and Scott, they are athletic and position themselves really well. So they really are a difficult assignment to block out.
Wright leaves it for his teammate Chase Wright. 42 assists on the season coming in. Got another there. And the lead back up to 10. DMA got it to within 5. Swift leaves it for Cowan. Cowan's got 4 second half points.
We talk so much about Swift scoring, but he's a creator. Now, typically when he drives, he's looking to score and get fouled himself, but that was a wonderful pass to his teammate coming down the middle of the lane.
What a follow on the miss by Damon Jones.
DMA's been giving up a lot of offensive rebounds lately, and that's been hurting them because with second chance points, St. Mark's is making them pay.
And a little frustration right now for DMA. Not the start to the fourth that they were looking for after a strong third quarter.
St. Mark's is a team of runs. They struggled in the third period due to the change-up of the zone. They took some ill-advised shots. They didn't get to the glass as well, and they didn't defend, certainly Allen, as well as they needed to. But here in the fourth quarter, they've come out with more energy. I think the insertion of Friend and Baden has really helped them.
Time on the side of the Spartans, up by 10. DMA cut it to 5. Nadai, he's got the skills showing off tonight at the Chase Field House, making Sean Locke proud of that shooting stroke from distance.
He's given the whole load. It was just bits and pieces in the first quarter, in the first half, but after halfway through the third quarter, he's really turned it up, and he's given a little bit of everything. We're getting a whole load of Nadai today.
Look at this. I mean, how do you guard a guy that big at the high school level that, as you talked about, did it on the inside and now takes it outside? He's up to 26 points, just skipped over with the 3, hitting number 24. That's the number Sean Locke wore. You can see Locke 24 on the back of the warm-up jerseys. Some great memorabilia, some great merchandise available with the 24 on. We're wearing 24 pins tonight. You can get short and long sleeve t-shirts or sweatshirts, hats, beach towels, really good looking stuff that you're going to want to wear proudly around town. You can get all that at unlockthelight.com. It's why we're here tonight. It's to raise funds and awareness for Sean's House and the SL24 Foundation. All donations and the online auction that we talked about, merchandise, ticket sales, it goes directly to help support and fund Sean's House and the SL24 Foundation. Big games tonight. You can donate by scanning the QR code, or you can head to unlockthelight.com/donate. And then tomorrow, 6 more here in Wilmington. It is one of the best events, the premier event, I should say, for high school basketball in the state of Delaware.
I couldn't say it any better, Scott. It's a wonderful attendance tonight. Tomorrow with all those games, it's going to be outstanding, especially those 2 games late in the evening.
Swift falling away. Rebound Jones. And St. Mark's led by 14 at the half and slowly but surely built up this lead. A little traveling violation, hesitation there by Jones. Let's talk about some of these games tomorrow, Bill and Barnett. Kennett and versus Archmere start things off in the morning. Get here early, get your breakfast with Kennett and Archmere. Newark versus St. George's at noon. Odessa versus Appaquidda. It's all building up to Ursuline versus Emotep Charter, and then St. E's, Howard, and then nightcap, Salesiana, Sanford, such great matchups tomorrow.
Scott, I would say in Barnett right now, St. Elizabeth is the best team in the state. They have played extremely well. Tobiasen is an outstanding player, I think the best player playing in the state. He is a great shooter. He's a good teammate, very long and active. Sanford has some terrific players if they're going to be able to match that size and athleticism of Sally's in the last game. When you watch Sanford show up, you say, holy cow, they look like a college team. I mean, they have that kind of size and bulk. Khalid Hart is the coach over there, taking over for Ty Perry. And he's done a nice job. They play very hard. They're very long. But Sally's, I think, no one has better talent throughout the entire line, but they have had a very difficult non-conference out-of-state schedule. They take on everybody they can, and that's resulted in their record. But I'll tell you what, they've got plenty of players, and that's going to be a very exciting finale.
Lennon fouled out as we were talking about tomorrow's matchup. Barnett, you came all the way from Chicago to see the matchups tomorrow.
Yes,
I know you're
sir.
excited to be back.
That would be great. I'm on the call for the early games, and I will be making guest appearances with Coach and the great Mike Corey for the 2 late games. So,
I mean, that is worth viewing. Viewership just spiked with that tease.
I have a face for radio, Scott.
They don't know what quarter. I mean, they're going to be viewing in all day long just to see. Is this the quarter we get Barnett back? I'm excited for tomorrow, and it's going to be a great day. Get your tickets early because it is going to be a packed house. Great crowd today, got to say, as a battle inside Baton and maybe some extracurriculars, Golden and Baton, some push and shove and emotions running high here. Not what you want to see at the end of this game. Just some frustration as DMA got to within 5 and now back to 14 where it was at the half. Officials going to talk things over, see if any technical fouls would be assessed. But the crowd's on their feet. This is the best crowd we've had on a Friday night for sure. We know what Saturday brings, but this has been a fantastic crowd. Great atmosphere on a Friday night. You're seeing some of it as the fans with their merchandise wearing it getting involved. You can see just some hard fouls going on underneath, a tie-up, Baton, Golden, and then neither player wanted to allow the other to get up successfully. That's all, though. No text.
I
We're
thought
back
the
in action.
officials did a good job of controlling the situation. Nobody left the benches, so
Absolutely.
though it did look a little problematic early on, good control by not only the players but the officials.
Off balance for Olive. Miss it. Rebounded by Massey. Massey had a little shove at the end of the action, but he's still in. O'Connor had a spin to his right if he wanted it. Pass to the corner instead. And Friend, that'll do it for Michael Friend. We say goodbye, Friend, as that's his 5th person.
Say goodbye to my old friend. Coach and Scott, one thing that's been really impressive to me from both games is both teams attack the offensive glass. They don't just sit there and watch the shot. They attack it. They try to get second chance and third chance opportunities. And that's been really impressive, especially in the high school games. You see this in college and you see this in the professional ranks, but you don't always see that in high school. And I've been really impressed by both teams' effort on the offensive glass.
Yeah, both teams playing hard tonight for a great cause. Unlock the Light Foundation. You know, a great timing for this event. I don't know if you're watching on social media or anything on Twitter, Bill. You can give out your handle later for how to find you on X. But earlier in the week, Elmo went viral just by asking and saying, Elmo was just checking in. How is everybody doing? And for some, that might have been the first time in a long time that anyone had asked them how they were doing. 205 million views on that tweet from our friend from Sesame Street. And I think it is important to ask that question as that got him on the news and on the Today Show. Larry David got involved with Elmo, but it was all because of just asking a simple question, how are you doing? And I say all that to say this. Watching this game tonight, if you're viewing it, with St. Mark's up big right now, take out your phone, text somebody that you haven't talked to in a while. You will not regret it. A friend of yours that maybe you lost touch with or you haven't talked to since the new year, just ask them how they're doing. Hey, I miss you. Whoever it might be, no one doesn't like getting a message from a friend, an old pal, to just check on somebody, because sometimes that is all it takes, is checking on a friend. It's something that Sean's house is there for, to be your friend 24/7 and to have help in the community. But an activity for you as we close out the night. Think about somebody that maybe you haven't checked in on a while and send a text message.
Scotty, that's a great message.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I can't say it any better. And it truly, being on the recipient side of it, it truly does make someone's day when they get a random text. Just say, oh, just thinking about you. How are you?
No one said, oh man, you know what ruined my day? When my friend texted me to see how I was doing. It'll light someone's day up. I promise you that. Give it a try. As we close out what has been an amazing night of basketball, St. Mark's making Sean proud as the lead that St. Mark's had was cut down to 5. They put it back on in the 4th, and looks like they're going to get what it will be their 13th win of the season. And I think there's a whole lot more coming to this St. Mark's team, thanks to the man at the free throw line, Alassane Nadai, who is closing in on 30. 2 free throws we get on the 28.
And let's not forget, he's only a sophomore.
That's scary for the rest of this state.
Body, athleticism, skill, plays extremely hard, seems to be coachable. I give St. Mark's a lot of credit. They jumped out to an early lead, comfortable halftime lead. DMA changed the game plan, played zone. They took some questionable shots. DMA cut it. Swift and Allen with some great long-range shooting, and then St. Mark's responded. So Lonnie Wright, the head coach, has got to be very happy with his team's performance here on the big stage.
Nadai has 67 points now over the last 3 games that he's played. An impressive run for Nadai, and you want to be playing your best basketball this time of year as you get ready for a run in March.
And I can see why. He's so long and big and athletic. To only be a sophomore, the sky is the limit for Nadai.
DMA, a hard-fought third quarter, not going to be enough, so it seems. Down with 2:16, a large margin, but Golden trying to get him back. Good to see Golden play in the second half. Tough injury in the first. Coach Papillo, you see, calling a timeout, talking with his ball club with 2:16 remaining. We've been talking about it all night long, but that's why we're here. It's to raise awareness. You know, we talk about Sean Locke, your dear friend, Bill, someone that we love dearly. Always came over to say hello to us during the broadcast, someone that you coached, Bill, and his life and his death have touched so many people. He was always willing to help others. He was always willing to be a friend to anyone. He was kind. He was caring. He was a loving person, and that's why we have this event. That's why we have Unlock the Light Foundation and Sean's house in his spirit. The Locke family started the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. We are here. We see the name on the back, and it should be in the front of everyone's mind. If you are battling darkness, we are here to bring and shine your light, unlock your light, and donate to unlockthelight.com/donate. We raised over $1.6 million over the past 5 years. The numbers have gone up each year thanks to your donations, your viewership, and your help. We are ending the stigma of depression and mental health one day at a time. And last year, over $525,000 was raised. We hope to hit that number and eclipse it in year 6.
Scott, it's amazing to me that this is the 6th year.
Yeah.
I can't tell you if I think it's been real fast or real long. I certainly, obviously, regret the passing of Sean. I miss him every day. But what Chris Locke and the organization has done has been phenomenal in such a short period of time to become really almost a, if nothing else, a regional force, if not a national force, in this terrible fight against mental health disease.
And Scott, to get back to your point about playing your best basketball around this time as playoffs start to come, if I'm DMA, what I'm telling my guys is we have to limit runs from opposing teams. We have to limit second chance opportunities for opposing teams, and we have to control what we can control. And what do I mean by that? I mean, we have to play our game. Early on, DMA got spit up by St. Mark's. They were playing this run and gun back and forth, and that wasn't really their game. They were when they came back, they were playing free flowed offense. They were playing screens, and they were passing and sharing the ball. They weren't running 100 miles an hour. And then conversely, if I'm St. Mark's, you have to play a full game, a full 32-minute game. You can't allow a third quarter run where you give up a 20-8 quarter, because as games get closer and as the season gets longer, you won't be able to always have that extra run in you. So if I'm St. Mark's, I'm telling my guys, we have to play a full game, and we have to play a full game of our basketball.
Well said, Barnett. Preaching at the end of this game as Chad Dole, the veteran, knocks one through the senior. Beautiful form on that jump shot. I like the way that looks. Golden's still fighting hard for DMA. There's two teams that are playing the state tournament. St. Mark's going to be a little higher ranked, though. 13-2 in their first 15 games after this one.
Well, they've had a terrific season. They took a trip to Florida. Though they lost to one good team, they had two nice wins down there. And this is a team that's really made to make a playoff run. They're deep. They're very aggressive. They've got some good veteran leadership, and they've got some terrific young players.
Gabe Swift with the bucket. A technical foul assessed to DMA. What an atmosphere this has been tonight. Crowd getting on their feet. Not what you want to see from some of the players. And quite frankly, I don't know if Lonnie Wright will love seeing his reaction with a lot of emotion there late in the game. I think both these teams need 58.1 to come off the clock and get back to practice next week, because we've seen some pushing, some shoving, some taunting, and certainly that's not what tonight is all about.
Well, that's exactly the message, and both coaches have to take complete control of their teams. It's on them to discipline their players, make sure they understand the situation here. We've got less than a minute to go, and the officials, I think, have done a pretty good job containing it. But when you get emotions running high and it gets a little chippy, it's up to the coaches and the officials to take charge.
And they are doing that right now. You see him have a conversation with the former head coach on the women's side, Jim Friel, and head coach in his third season, Lonnie Wright, who's got his team playing some really good basketball right now. Coach Wright still barking out a bit. Crowd involved, though, and we talked about the crowd here on a Friday night. We know we're going to get tomorrow, and this is advice to you. If you're watching now and you want to come tomorrow, buy those tickets in advance. It is going to be cold outside when you are waiting in line, for sure. It is going to be packed tomorrow. We hope you'll come through. It's a great event. All of the money from ticket sales goes directly to help support and fund Sean's House and SL24 Foundation. Officials still talking things over as tempers seem to calm on both sides, which is good, which is what we want. And I don't know if we're seeing a player have to leave the game or if we're just sitting out the final 58 seconds. Gabe Swift is still in. But a hard-fought game. You hate to see a game end in that way. A lot of emotions. It's a big night. Hey, you're playing at a place with an 82-83 championship banner, a 66-67 championship banner.
We had a technical foul on 33. Double technical on alternating possession.
So it was a double technical after all that. We appreciate the communication from the officiating crew
Mike
here.
DiMuzio, longtime Delaware official. At one time he coached basketball at Archmere and had a son that played for us up there years ago.
A double technical was assessed, and so alternating possession, it is St. Mark's basketball. And ultimately, St. Mark's has 58 seconds to get their 13th win of the season, but still some communication going on. But it's a big atmosphere, a great event. It doesn't take away anything from what we have seen in the first two games. There's going to be amazing 6 tomorrow starting at 10 o'clock. Kennett versus Archmere on the girls' side. There are 4 boys games, 2 girls games. The best in the state going to be battling out tomorrow at the Chase Fieldhouse. St. Elizabeth versus Howard in the nightcap at 6 o'clock, and then one more after that, closing things out. It's all going to end with Salesianum versus Sanford, 2 premier programs in the state of Delaware. And you know what? These teams want to play in this. That's what we're here in year 6. Teams want to be a part of this amazing event to raise funds and awareness for the Unlock the Light Foundation. That's what's really neat, is how this has grown, not only financially and the support from the sponsors, but these teams want to be here.
Well, you're absolutely right, and Chris Locke does a great job of organizing this, getting the teams in, talking to them prior to the game so they understand the entire situation and the message, and he has been just fantastic doing that. The teams respond, and you see they're growing every year, and the fan support. I thought both student sections tonight for St. Mark's and DMA were totally engaged.
It's an amazing atmosphere, and what a Friday night crowd we've had. Talked with Trevor Cooney, who, boy, could he hoop it up. Final Four member for Syracuse, and now a big part of what they do for SL24. He thinks it's the biggest crowd we've had on a Friday night, so fantastic. We appreciate you watching along with us. Barnett, Bill, an amazing night.
Thank
for
you,
an amazing
Scott.
call.
Great fun.
Thank you. It's
Barnett,
been great.
thanks for joining us.
Thank you. This is my Christmas in February, my treat. Getting to call some games with two amazing individuals like yourselves.
67-54, the final in this one. Sean Locke's alma mater getting it done on the first night of the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic Year 6. And it certainly made number 24 for the Spartans very proud.
Well, it's been a great night in memory of Sean, a great night to see so many people out here. 2 well-contested games. I was very impressed with the St. Mark's boys team, as was I with both Padua and St. Mark's women's teams. They both played very hard. DMA, a super competitive team. This Gabriel Swift is fun to watch, isn't he, guys? He does a lot of interesting things on the court. He is disruptive defensively. He can really play. He's the heart of this team, and they're going to go and win some games in the state tournament. I just like their attitude. Coach Papillo's done a great job, and Lonnie Wright continues to do a great job with his team. They play extremely hard in the die, unbelievably difficult.
And I did like to see on the screen there both coaches, after an emotional ending to the ball game, shaking hands and having pleasantries. That's Coach Wright and Coach Papillo as well. So 2 games in the books on a Friday night, but tomorrow you're going to want to be here or watching on YouTube as well, because we've got 6 of the best games you're going to find in the state of Delaware. It all starts at 10 a.m. Kennett versus Archmere on the girls' side. Then the Yellow Jackets of Newark take on St. George's. Odessa takes on Appoquinimink at 2 o'clock. Ursuline, one of the top programs in Delaware basketball history, takes on Imhotep Charter. And then the nightcap, Bill was saying he likes St. Elizabeth as one of the top teams, maybe the premier team in the state. Well, they'll be on showcase against Howard, and closing things out, a rivalry matchup, Salesianum versus Sanford. As we talked about in the fourth quarter, doesn't get much better than Saturday's slate.
Well, it certainly is going to be fun. Scott, I will miss you tomorrow, but I'll see you tomorrow afternoon.
That's right.
At 2 o'clock for Delaware. Barnett, we'll see you at some point tomorrow evening. It's going to be a great slate of games. Enjoy them, everybody. It's been great fun. Scott, thanks for stepping up and being so great tonight.
Fantastic.
Play-by-play.
Working with you guys, as always. Appreciate Barnett being here, coming all the way from Chicago to honor your friend. So as the first night of the 6th annual SL24 Memorial Classic comes to a close after 2 games from Sean Locke's alma mater, St. Mark's, let's take one more moment to remember why we are here, to not only remember Sean, but to honor him and make a dedication to unlocking students' lights by providing resources for those struggling with depression, self-injury, and suicide. When Sean was here, he lived in Newark, and now the actual house where Sean spent his days with friends, family, and teammates can be spent by others with friends, family, and teammates. Sean's house opened in 2020, and since its doors opened to welcome the community, over 24,000 visitors have walked through the door. Over 100 in an active suicidal situation and got the immediate 24/7 help they needed. Those that knew Sean will always remember him, and because of the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation, he will never be forgotten. If you've enjoyed the broadcast tonight or are watching back, consider helping the cause and making a donation to unlockthelight.com/donate or givebutter.com Facebook.com/SL24 Classic. We're just getting started for the SL24 Memorial Classic with 6 more games tomorrow. And in year 6, Unlock the Light is just getting started in helping the community by educating, assisting, and creating a safe haven. When Sean hit a three-pointer as a member of the Delaware Blue Hens at the Bob Carpenter Center against Bradley, I called it the biggest play of the night. And now Sean is making the biggest play every night, every day for those that need help, just like he did. Thanks to Sean's House. It's been an amazing first night of basketball. I am so very honored to sit here and be a part of this. We hope you'll be a part by donating or coming out tomorrow for 6 more games or watching right here as the SL24 Unlock the Light Memorial Classic continues. We say good night from the Chase Field House in Wilmington, but we'll be back tomorrow, and the lights here will keep shining. Keep shining your light too.
On behalf of our board, the Locke family, and the SL24 Foundation, I want to sincerely thank each and every one of our sponsors. Through your kindness and your constant generosity, we are able to fund Sean's House. We are able to provide the necessary tools needed to save people's lives.
So sorry that Sean's experience had to happen at all, but it certainly has opened my eyes to the need that's out there. And I'm so impressed with everybody that works at SL24 and Sean's House. The numbers of young people that walk through that threshold, and when they do, they're making a statement when they come through that threshold that maybe they need to talk about something that they're not comfortable talking about.
The fact that we're tying in the basketball with the mission of the organization, with Sean's career and with Sean's love for the game, I think it's just an awesome way to bring everyone together, spread the message.
It affects every single one of us, but nobody talks about it. The need is there, the time is now, and if people are willing to give of themselves and give of their resources, there's a need for it.
I lost my son to suicide in 2001, and when we were going through my son's mental health illness, there were no resources available in the state of Delaware. Because of the lack of resources is when we lost him to suicide. When I met Chris through a mutual friend and he explained to me about Sean's House, I can very specifically remember thinking about a time when I drove my son to a therapy appointment and he refused to get out of the car. I could only think to myself, if only there was a Sean's House in 2001 where Jeremy wouldn't feel like there was something wrong with him.
This is no longer about Sean. It's much bigger than Sean. And I just want to thank everybody who has contributed to this event. Just attending it. Thank you for allowing your kids to participate in this event. And let's all come together and unlock the light for each other.
You're giving money to save a life. It's going to help the kids. If you can be a part of that, saving a kid's life is an important thing.